Hey, ladies, how are you doing? You know, I came here before I was called. Nione vile watu wana dance. You all look very, very good. You girls are really, really beautiful. You can have your seat, please. And I'm very, very glad that we are sort of on time at 7:37. So we are sort of starting on time. And I'm very happy to see so many colors in the room. Bettina, thank you very much. Hawa ni wale lawyers wako kule majuu, unajua zile kule hapo juu. And now even the one who prayed, she's also huko juu. See, we are doing well. See, BG is doing well, people. BG iko sawa, sindio? All right. So, because we were taught hospitality in Ngandu. See, we were taught hospitality. So you always start by recognizing what? Your visitor. Na unawambia nani, na nini, karibu. Sindio? So, since we are so on time, there are some other visitors who have not arrived yet. So the one who gets a privilege of getting to stand up, wave at everyone, we'll make her dance, they'll go there, sijui do what, is the immediate former principal, Virginia Wahome. And let me tell you people, BG has even nurtured principals. Imagine she amepata majuu sasa ako Kenya High. Yes. She's dealing with who and who's, and you know the people who are the who's. Sisi in Ngandu tulikuwa tunatoka na hapo kwa shamba tunaingia Ngandu, tulikuwa sawa, si ndio? Yeah, this one ako majuu. So karibu sana sana. Thank you for gracing this occasion. We are very, very blessed that you came. Yeah? There'll be a few more guests that we expect. They're on the way. We shall introduce them when they do so. But please appreciate yourself that you're here. I may not introduce everyone as we do this because I am very conscious I'm standing between you and food. So appreciate yourself. And please have watermelon on me. Nanunua. Yes. So today I'm the one buying your food. So please enjoy it completely. My name is Cecilia Wahinya. I'm an architect. I've been choraing things. As you can see here, I am also a sponsor of the event. But asanteni sana. I'm very glad that you're here. We're going to have a whole lot of conversations going forward. But there's no way you're going to have a conversation with people who are hungry. Is there a way? So, Bettina, I don't know what the protocol of eating is, but the food has been prayed for by Pauline, so we are not going to pray again. Awesome. So, since we welcome visitors, we shall start with this table. My dear classmate, Emma is very happy that she sat in the right table. Karibu sana, you'll be the first ones to go. Go and get yourself some food, and then we'll just follow that protocol and then come back to Elizabeth. Yes, who also works with us, a triad. So, asanteni. Karibu for dinner.
So, Madam Chair, you'd forgotten I'd said the best table will go first.
Which is the best table?
The best dancers.
Okay, after visitor,
the best dancers.
Okay.
Yes.
Bettina will take over from me.
Some of them have been sending me M-Pesa. I've noted. But anyway, because it's that table, yeah, we'll just follow the order that has been given of this table and then that table. Then we'll come this way. Thank you.
As you can see, every opportunity we get, we sing. All right, terrific. So allow me to introduce. I said it is important that we keep introducing our visitors and telling them karibu. So please meet. There are 3 ladies who have come to join us today. And so I'll start with the one who's a local, Dr. Musheru. She's a psychiatrist. She's also one of our sponsors for this event, Healthy Mind Consultants. Let's give her a clap. I believe at your tables there's a little slip of paper that helps you to diagnose all the types of mental issues we might be having. I've looked at that and I have identified with a couple of them. So, asante sana, Dr. Musheru. You'll be in a panel discussion as soon as we have finished eating. The next lady, where did she go? Right. So we have Susan Kagwe. Say hi to Susan Kagwe. Thank you for joining us. Susan Kagwe is an advocate and a certified public mediator, specializing in family law. She's our visitor as well. She was not in Ngandu, I'm told, but she loves us. So she decided this dinner is going to be eaten with us tonight. So asante sana, she's also going to be part of the panel discussion after we finish eating. Then we have another lady called Maureen Gikonyo. She's a mental wellness coach. Also very nice and happy to join us today. Asante sana, Maureen. You'll be telling us more once you come to the front. And then, are they the only 2 gentlemen in the room? Oh yeah. No, that one is hiding behind the cameras. And anyway, that one is from Ngandu. So you've seen him in our events. He's also from Ngandu. And the DJ, they're also from Ngandu. They're with us every time. But the 2 gentlemen who have just walked in, I've just asked them, when they used to fight for Ngandu girls, who won? I am still waiting for an answer because they said we won. I'm not even sure who won. So one is from Nyeri High and the other one is from Kagumo. They're still following us. Bado anatufuata. So I will start off with the vice chair of the BOM, Mr. Jeff Ndegwa. Simama usalimie wananchi. Is your wife from Ngandu, by the way? But the daughter came to Ngandu, right? That's terrific. Yani all that dating, it did not happen. It did not come together. All that chasing of Ngandu girls, it shall behind the tents. All right, terrific. That's Jeff. Jeff has also been the chair of the Ngandu at 60 committee. So all the activities that we've had have been coordinated by Jeff. He's an excellent leader. So by the way, did we say happy birthday to Ngandu? Imagine Ngandu is 60. 60. Do schools hit retirement age? We're almost there. Yeah, so Ngandu is 60, so it's a celebration year, so it's also a happy time. So the next man who claims I don't know whether his wife is from Ngandu, I didn't ask that question, from Nyeri High, was also coming around to date girls in Ngandu. We'll also discuss that behind the tent. Engineer Wangai, he's the chair of the board. Say hi to Engineer Wangai, welcome him, tell him for asante sana for coming. And since they've just walked in, I just took the moment to stop your music. But I'm still going to allow you to eat a little more. So the 2 gentlemen who have just finished, Bettina, I see you've also finished your soda. So just filling in that time so that then Bettina can come in and get on with the next part of the program. Asante.
Nimekuja kusema
I hope you are enjoying your meals. There's more in case you want some more. Please don't feel shy. We used to do this a lot in Ngandu, so you can do it again because everyone here is a Ngandu alumni except the gents, and I'm pretty sure they're not judging. So please feel free to go for seconds. So now that we fed the body, we thought to feed the mind a bit, and so we are going to have 3 speakers join me. They can join me here on stage as I call them. So the first speaker is Susan Kagwe. Susan is an advocate of 19 years experience. She's been in practice for 19 years, so that's a wealth of knowledge. She is a notary public, so in case you have anything you need notarized, unaweza muona nyuma ya tent. She's also a certified public mediator, so if you have those disputes of yours with friends, family that you need mediated, she'd be your best bet. And she's a founder of Kagwe Kithinji and Company Advocates. A round of applause for Susan. Next on stage we have Dr. Eva Musheru. Dr. Eva Musheru is a psychiatrist. She has 18 years experience as a psychiatrist. So for sure she's seen it all. She's been here when there were no phones, when you had the kids all to yourself, or yourself all to yourself, but now you're chasing around your phones and all. She's been here through it all. So Dr. Eva runs Healthy Mind Consultants, who are also our sponsors for today. And a round of applause because they've sponsored a lot of our events, yeah? Aside from that, she is also a founder of Kamili Organization, which is a community-based NGO that gives free mental health services to community members. So a round of applause for her and her. Last but not least, we have Maureen Gikonyo. I'd like to call her on stage. So Maureen Gikonyo is a mental wellness coach, and if you could give me a minute, as she walks by, I'm just going to read some of the amazing things she's done. So she's a mental health advocate based in Nairobi, and she serves as the Global Youth Systems Engagement Lead at CITI's RISE. She plays a pivotal role in advancing youth mental health by fostering multi-sectoral partnerships with Nairobi County. There's a lot of work to be done there. The national government and mental health professionals to drive impactful change. So she's passionate about the youth, and most of the work she does is with the youth. So thank you so much. For the first time since I joined, which is not very long time ago, since I joined ONGA, we have a very youthful audience. So she's one of the best fits for the youthful audience in the room. A round of applause for all our speakers. Okay. So to begin with, we are going to start with Maureen. And Maureen, this one would go to the youth in the room. So consistently we are starting to feel a lot like it's a very competitive world because we are posting all our achievements, all our lives out there. So what would you advise some of the youth here, on how to handle that? How the shift in connection where people who are older than us used to sit down and connect. Most of our connection is done online, and I have friends who tell me, you're not on Instagram, I don't know what's going on with your life. And I'm thinking, why don't you just call me? So how is this shift of connection affecting mental health? And what can you advise the youth on how to handle this competition nowadays? And also just maybe touch slightly on how you think the family unit is shifting due to this constant presence online.
Thank you, Bettina. So I'll start by saying that I am a young person with a lived experience. That the reason I'm passionate about mental health is because I've struggled with depression, and I've struggled with anxiety, and I'm still struggling with anxiety because as I was coming here today, because of how anxious I was, one of my shoes cut, so I had to look for a person to fix it. So I'm very passionate about mental health because I am a young person with a lived experience, and I know how it feels to be a young person who's going through depression and battling that side. And of course, we've witnessed a lot of young people dying by suicide. Just recently, we've lost one of the mental health advocates to suicide. It's okay. We just buried her the other day, and 2 days later, a young person died by suicide. So we are witnessing a lot of suicide in the country. And yesterday was a very big milestone, I think, in the mental health field because the mental health advocate who died by suicide was a petitioner in court trying to challenge the penal code 229, which jails anyone who attempts suicide. And yesterday was Judgment Day, but unfortunately we did not get the judgment. We are waiting for it to be on 6th December. But then the reason why I'm talking about this is just coming to the question of digital communication. And what I'll say is that digital communication holds both unique challenges, but it also holds unique opportunities for young people, especially right now. Of course, with the challenges, we are facing a lot of competition online where we want to be like other people, and we shouldn't blame ourselves because we are feeling like being other people, because all that we are seeing on social media is how people are making it in life. And I'm very happy because I was having this conversation the day before yesterday about this, because I said that we are showing so much about how we are making it in life, but we are not showing the vulnerable side, because every human being born has challenges. You cannot avoid challenges. Everybody has challenges. But we have not shown our vulnerable side. And I think for us, that's why we have very many conversations with influencers, that as much as you're posting that good side, let's talk about the vulnerable side, because the young people are looking up to them as, role models and that. So, and then on the unique opportunities, I think the digital means has also offered us an opportunity to network, not only in our country, but also globally. And also, I think so many aspects of telemedicine, telemental health are coming up, which young people are able to, access. And I think currently, about 2 years ago, we carried out a research where we were looking at how young people interact with mental health science. And one of the things we asked was, or who do the young people trust, especially young people between 18 to 24 years, most of them said they would rather go to social media and check how they're going to deal with their mental health or uphold their mental well-being. So I'm very happy to see very many digital means coming up as a unique opportunity for us to uphold that. But the question of how do we deal with that, I think the first thing I'll say is that it's okay to take a social media break, honestly. There are times you feel like it's overwhelming. And if you get to a place where you're feeling overwhelmed, then it's okay to put your gadget down and take a break and breathe, And I think what I'll tell the young people is that everyone has their own unique journey. You cannot follow another person's journey, That is not going to happen, because we were all created to have our own unique journey. So if we focus on our journey and knowing that we have our own journey, then it becomes easier for you to narrow down to your own journey. And I think what we do at our workplace, Cities Rise, is that we look at 3 domains of a human being. That's the inner, the social, and environmental aspects of a human being. And what we love to do is that we are using an intervention called gratitude, kindness, and hope. And gratitude helps us to look at our past, to help us reflect at what are all the good things that have happened to us, because honestly we have good things around us. It's just that we don't realize. And I recently realized myself that the gift of health is something that we constantly take for granted. The air that we breathe, those small things that we are taking for granted are things that we should be grateful for because they are big things. And then coming to kindness is looking at the present and being not only kind, because I think whenever we talk about kindness, we are looking at how we are kind to the other person, but also how are we kind to ourselves, What are you saying to yourself every day when you wake up? What are the things that you're, feeding yourself with? And then moving that from inner to outer, or extending that from inner to outer, extending it to the next person who's around you. And then the aspect of hope, looking at the future. What are you hopeful for? Have you written them down? Are they things that you want to achieve? Are you working towards them? What are the steps that you are taking? Because I think anyone who's in project management, we start at looking what is the impact, and then we move backwards to what are the resources you need and what is your plan. So about hope, how are you feeding yourself also with that? So for us, it's more about looking how we extend or how we develop the sense of meaning, the sense of belonging, the sense of purpose in young people, which we believe are foundation for resilience and mental well-being of young people, and then extending that socially outwards. And then for us also, it's about advocating for broader systems and places where the young people live, and making sure that they are mental health friendly.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Maureen. Those are very good practical points that you've given, and I hope you've taken note. If you haven't, the most important one, in my view, is gratitude. Being grateful, in as much as you're in a bad place sometimes, there's still so many good things that are happening, like just health on its own. That's an amazing thing. Family, if you have it. Friends, if you have them. Kindness to yourself and to others, and having hope for a better future. I know, Eva, I told you we'd finish us off, but I would like you to come in at this point, because there's something that Maureen mentioned about people, especially the youth, are going online to get their advice. And this, even for me, I have a sister who's just finished university, and she tells me, my TikTok mom said, my TikTok moms said, so she's getting advice from people on TikTok. So I just wanted you to maybe touch on, maybe it might not be mentorship of sorts, but does mentorship have a place in mental health? And even as an alumni organization, how can we plug into mental health through just mentorship, yeah? Yeah, is there a place first, and how can we plug in? Just shortly, because I still have another question for you.
Okay. Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you for having me. It's very important that we set an example, because as she said, the young people are looking for role models. They are looking for people to look up to. So for example, as the Bishop Gatimu Alumni, or ONGA, we have a role in mentorship. We also have a role as parents. We have a role as in our own communities, either as parents, as members of residents association, as politicians. We have a role for mentorship. But now back to the question, what is this about mentorship and good mental health? It's important that we discuss what good mental health is and why we need it for ourselves. Good mental health refers to the ability of somebody to love themselves. So it starts with you. You love yourself first. Then the ability to form trusting relationships and love other people. So just like my previous speaker said, you start by loving yourself. Then, as we are told in the Bible, you start by loving yourself, then you learn to love other. Mental health. As a psychiatrist, we are moving away from waiting for people in hospitals. We are moving away from waiting for people in hospitals. And we are going out there to inform them, to create awareness, to tell them, how is it that you can take good care of yourself? How can you take care of your loved ones? How can you take care of those around you? And even the environment. I don't know whether I'll go into self-care now or I first wait.
Yeah, you can go into self-care now. And even as you go into self-care, I'm just wondering, as mentors, and I know most of the ladies here and even the gents have people who look up to them. How do we incorporate this in like our schedule? Because I need to do my job, I need to take care of my kids, I need to go play golf, I need to do this and that, and how do I still show up for myself, self-care, and still how do I show up for my mentees and still be able to do that? So you can, yeah.
I'll try as much as possible to give various spheres of self-care, which would help us to be available for ourselves, to be available for those around us, so that you start with your own physical self-care. Are you sleeping enough? Are you taking care of your environment? Are you taking care of those things around you? So that you need at least 7 to 9 hours of sleep every day. Are you getting that? So that even if you're playing golf, even if you're dropping kids to school, is sleep a priority for you? I can see people smiling. Okay. It's good. You see, we are supposed to be reflecting upon ourselves. So, okay. Then the other thing is about diet. We have just eaten some good food. Are you making sure you're eating right? Or are you just eating? Are you eating because you're hungry? You're not supposed to eat because there is food. You're supposed to eat because you're hungry. Then, are you obeying the rules of have breakfast like a king, lunch like a prince, dinner like a pauper? Or you're doing the opposite, where you have a heaped plate when you're about to go to bed? Then all that is converted to fat because you're busy sleeping. That's physical self-care. So I need to insist about sleep, about food, and about proper hygienic practices. And there, when we're talking about physical self-care, is where your golf comes in. That is where people who are going to the gym, that is where walking, taking the staircase instead of taking the lift, or either the elevator or the escalator, whichever is in your building. And then also avoiding using the remote control all the time. Nowadays, even our cars have a button. You don't have to bang the trunk or the boot. You just press a button and it comes down. So you can see what is happening to us. So that is physical self-care. What about psychological self-care? I hope I'll not be eating into her topic, but it's important that you practice mindfulness. Be aware of your surroundings. If I start screaming, yelling for no good reason, I should ask myself, why is it that I'm yelling nowadays? Or why am I trying to compete with a matatu? Road rage. Anyway, So then, I have nothing against matatus. Then, okay, about reading books, learning new skills. It could be crocheting, it could be golf, it could be playing an instrument. That is part of it. And journaling. Then what about emotional self-care? Emotional self-care is about being assertive, where no is a complete sentence. If you're not available, say no. There's nothing wrong with saying no. As opposed to overstretching yourself, spreading yourself thin. Then if it's at work, they say there's no price for getting overworked, but you find yourself getting burnt out, among other things. Then observing boundaries. We need to set healthy boundaries. And I think that we're also going to talk about when it comes to black tax. Healthy boundaries. And then the other thing is making time to reflect on your feelings and practicing self-compassion. Today we are talking about loving yourself. Please remember, be kind to yourself. It has been said here before. And treat yourself like a friend. Nowadays on social media, there is happy birthday to me. I like that. You don't have to wait for anybody to wish you happy birthday. It's happy birthday to me. And you post good things, and you feel good. So much as social media has its own problems, social media is also helping us in addition to what is called catharsis. You're able to open up about what really bothers you. Of course, sometimes it's too much because you see there is no filter and you're behind maybe a pseudonym and you can say anything. But believe you me, I have had patients who have benefited because of the post on their social media page. They said goodbye to the world, and I got a phone call, and the person was in hospital, and we saved their lives. So that is one thing, such that much as there is a lot of pomp and glamour out there about the way people are doing well, there is also that aspect of somebody who is really doing poorly can actually get help depending on where they post. And then also, we are living in a world where information is everywhere. You have to be very careful the information that you get. Dr. Google never went to any medical school, but I think is the most famous doctor I know. So now, in addition to Dr. Google, there is also Dr. TikTok. So nowadays, as I prescribe medication, I'm also told by the patient, but TikTok, they said that if I want to stop shaking like a leaf, this is the medication you should give me. So you see, I also have to change with the times. I'm not young. I mentioned when I was entering there, I was looking for the elders table. But, I also have to listen to these people. And the TikToker is somewhere in US and using a different brand name. So I also have to have I have to up my game. I must know what that TikToker is talking about. That brand, even if it is not sold here, I must know. Or I must find out what is this. And discuss with the patient. Discuss, dialogue with families. Then now the other thing is social self-care. Social self-care is about asking help when you need it. Please don't be afraid to ask for help. Don't be afraid to come here and meet new people. Meet the elders like myself and meet younger people. There are people we entered this room. They are so young. Some of them graduated from Ngandu girls when I was a postgraduate student. So you can imagine, and we are sitting in the same room. Oh, now last year, please don't talk about last year because I had been practicing for 17 years. So just add that to your age. Plus the time the time spent in medical school, plus internship, plus postgraduate. So now the next thing is social self-care. Please spend time with family and friends. And last but not least, manage time. Time management. Then I'll quickly run over the others. Professional self-care. You need to negotiate your needs at work. You need to set clear professional boundaries. Remember, the people you work with are not your friends. And then you need to invest in your skills and knowledge so that you attend professional development opportunities so that you're not left behind. What about environmental self-care? Cities rise, they've mentioned that. Please declutter your home. And then, can I particular? It just depends on how you use technology. Even this phone, how I use it. Can I particular? It just depends on how you use technology. Even this phone, how I use it, texting people, browsing. And then remember, blue light interferes with sleep. So if this one is always on, or the TV, when I'm in my bedroom, then I can't get good quality sleep. That is why people can't get the 7 to 9 hours of sleep I was talking about, because you're sharing it with your gadgets. The other thing is spiritual self-care. So please remember to meditate, go on a retreat if you can. Then also walking in nature. So if you are Nairobian, Karura, any nature trail, you know it's good to go there. Then the last thing is financial self-care. I'm not a BCom person, but it's important that you invest in financial literacy. At your own level, it's important. Identify your sources of income, look at your expenses, then please file taxes and complete your tax responsibilities on time to avoid penalties. Then you need to spend and save wisely. And that, I think, is all I have to say for self-care. But let me just summarize. I've talked a lot.
I think we might not have time for you to summarize, and we can just do it as a closing remark.
Okay.
So maybe we can, moving on just from that point of financial self-care, which is something I've never heard of. It's good to know there's different types of self-care and how you've put them together. It's really brought everything together in terms of self-care. So the things we do, like going for a run, that's still self-care. And there's this habit stacking. So where maybe if you want to meet your mentee and you still want to run, why don't you take your mentee for a run, yeah? So stack habits together also to save on time. You get to still do your 20-mile thing with a mentee on the side, and you're also working on your social self-care at the same time. So I think that's something we can all practice. Thank you so much, Eva. Now moving on, using that point for financial self-care, and we all know one of the biggest problems we have as professionals or even business people is now black tax. It's one of the biggest issues causing mental health issues, because it takes a toll on you, sometimes mentally, sometimes a lot of times financially. So I just wanted, Susan, that you touch a bit on what you do, and especially in terms of estate planning, and how you think that's one of the ways I believe we can help manage black tax or stuff like that. So if you could just give an overview of maybe the legal framework and how practically it applies. And is it estate planning, is it only for, like people with estates to plan, or can everybody do estate planning?
Okay, so thank you so much, and good evening to all of you. I'm really excited to be here, and really humbled to be here. So it's such I love the discussion that is ongoing, because I think I deal with mental health every day. Reason being, my specialization for about 15 years now is family law. And so when we are talking about family, we are talking about the person, the human being, the individual. What is actually happening to them whether it is in line with marriage or it is in line with things to do with inheritance or anything to do with relationships generally and around the family. So it's very timely because I tell people it may not look like it, but I'm one of the lawyers who lift the heavy stuff. And so in my office there is always a box of tissue. I always have time because I deal with people's emotions real time. And so that's a lot of what I do. And so when we think about estate planning, I think I would talk about it in terms of right from the beginning. And the challenge that you find when as lawyers we get to the family court to talk about an estate that needs to be divided or an issue to do with succession, or did this person leave a will or not, the issue started from way back. Where I come from, it's very interesting. They name according to how you're born, and then they put you on different sides. So there are some children who are named after the mother's side, and there are some children who are named after the father's side. And we may assume it's a very nice thing, but at that time when maybe you go to visit your mother's mother and she'll give you an extra piece of sweet potato because you're named after her, something develops in the other child who was not given the treat because of just naming. And so with time, you realize that the divisions in the family, the sibling rivalry, it starts very early. And then 40, 50 years later, I as a family lawyer, you come to me and tell me I lost my parent and I don't trust what my siblings are doing, or I don't think they would I don't think they would have my interest in mind, and it didn't start when you come into my office. It started very early. So that messaging that starts when children are growing, when you're told, by the way, sijawahi ona uncle yako kama ako sawa, you know, it starts from way back. What message or how are we bringing up that young family? Because with time, that suspicion, that feeling that I'm not a favorite, this other person is the one who is preferred to me, it will still come back and affect somebody mentally. And that's why you see some people in a family seem to be doing very well, and others seem to always be struggling. It's because right from the beginning they were being compared. And you are being told, why don't you eat as fast as your brother? Why is it that this one has an A and this one has a C? And so when we talk about estate planning, as I come into this forum and tell you, have you written, for example, your will? Has your parents written a will? There is a question that I'm asking these days: is your parent married? You see, it's a very interesting question. But you know, in our African society, how does marriage start? Sometimes it just starts in the plot or in the village as you're walking to the market. Hi, how are you? Leo kuko aje? You do that once, twice. Before you know it, like how they propose in our place, they tell somebody, nitakupeleka kwa mama umsalimie. That is marriage. When you go and greet the mother, ata hutoki, because tomorrow there are visitors who are sialale. Sindio? Alale. And then from there, before you know it, siumeolewa. So I have a question. Are your parents married? This Christmas, when you go home, you know there are those photos that are usually in the homestead. There are many different photos. This one graduated, huyu ni kama wetu alikuwa mtoto, this is what, you know, just check whether there is a photo of your parents, because they used to take hiyo photo haikosangi. You know, some ka photo wakiwa wameolewa, walikuwa kwa wedding. If it's not there, pole pole to maybe not this year, 2025. Just answer kuongea na mama pole pole. Where did you start from? Because I may try. After 19 years as a lawyer, I say with a lot of humility, I'm seasoned in the cases I handle. But if there has been a problem right from the beginning, by the time you come to me, it may be too late. Because when somebody passes on, there are people who just keep streaming into the homestead, one after, and then you look around and realize, by the whom to amenifanana. What do? Yeah? You actually maskio, you know the best taste ni maskio. You see maskio is similar. Or this mwanya is the same. What will you do? So what am I saying? Let's start from somewhere. In this room, let us look at what we are doing right now. We are working very hard. Who is going to succeed you? As a business person, who is going to succeed you? Do you have a feeling that you can mentor your child to be able to take over from you? Does your wife know your business? Does your husband understand the business that you do? So that now when we come into the space where we are saying that we are now talking about an estate, we have started way before. So that now when we get to the succession court, there's no suspicion. If you're given a plot in Kawangware and the other one is given in Dandora, if you look at the value, it's almost the same. But somebody will be feeling, hii nyumba, it's nearer the road, na ingine iko nyuma kidogo. So you spend 10 years in court. I can't complain. I'm quite happy because I'm also planning for my grandchildren, how they will be comfortable. So what I'm trying to say is we can plan for our estates now. And as we are thinking about our parents who are aging, we can start going through the process with them. And then, are we actually fostering friendship in our communities? Among siblings, are you friends? Or you just meet over Christmas? Hey, umenona? You know, as in, it's just comparison of this one is fat, this one is thin, or you bought a new car. Start building those relationships well. When we then come to talk about your estate or the estate of your family or your parents rather, it will be easier and you'll enjoy the estate more. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A round of applause for our panelists. And I would have loved to take questions, but we are unfortunately pressed for time. So I'll just ask them to maybe do a round of, again, introductions as we finish, and just say what they do. And hopefully when we are having those moments of dancing, you can dance and tell her to give you her card, and then you can connect later. So yeah, for sure, start planning your estate. There are cases of estates, the Mbukoinanges, that they started before my parents met. I found them in law school. They're still in court. You don't want that to be you and your family. You want your succession to be very planned so that you don't give your family mental health problems when you pass on. And you know, some things are certain, like death. You know, the statistics are clear. 10 out of 10 people die. So start planning your estate. So yeah, and that's something you can do for your future generation. So another round of applause for the panelists as they sit down. And we're also going to take a photo as we do that. So I'm going to ask the
Maureen Gikonyo. I work for Cities Rise as the Global Youth Systems Engagement Lead, and Cities Rise works to shift the paradigm on youth mental health and well-being. I think the one thing that I'll mention is that I fight so hard every day with the government, with system leaders, and with everyone for intergenerational collaborations. Those young people seated there, they have a lot to offer. So please give them opportunities. Give them a chance to tell you what they can do, to collaborate on your projects together, because if there is any innovative group in this world, not in this country, is the young people. They have the solutions to climate action or climate change. They have the solution to mental health issues. And I've sat with young people and we've just realized that they know exactly what they want. We don't have to force interventions on the young people. So yes, thank you.
Thank you. I'm Dr. Mushero. My brainchild is Healthy Mind Consultants. It's a one-stop shop for all your mental health needs, so promotive, preventive, treatment, and rehabilitation. But as part of my work, I also get involved in a mental health NGO, which I'm founder member. It is called Kamili, meaning whole organization. It gives free mental health services in the community. So we had our first clinic in Kangemi. So patients are seen from Kangemi Health Center. They're not just given medication, they're also given counseling services. We also have social workers who do home visits. Then we have Kabete, we have Kihara Subdistrict Hospital, and then we have a program where we fund nurses to specialize, to do a higher diploma in mental health nursing. So then once they're government nurses, so once they finish their 1 year of treatment, they go back to their station and set up a community mental health clinic. What is community mental health? We want to bring mental health services closer to the people. And that means somebody who saw you hurling insults, burning your house down, saw you using substances, smoking weed away, or being collected from the ditches because of alcohol, is able to see you get back on your feet just next door. That reduces the stigma and discrimination against mental illness. Anyone in this room will think that for me to see a patient, they must be unkempt, they must be talking to themselves, they must be carrying some madago, and looking rather disorganized and probably having cracks in their soles of the feet and stuff like that. But we treat patients who have common mental illness like anxiety and depression. They're part of us, you wouldn't even know. Those are common mental illness. Then, of course, like any other specialty, we have patients with serious mental illness, like schizophrenia, like bipolar, and they're still our patients. Okay, I'm used to them being called my patients. Even in a hospital, when I go there, I'm told your patients are there. They usually belong to me, and I have no problem with that. The surgeon has no patients in a corner, but for me, I usually have those ones. Yes, those ones. So now, what we are trying to say is that anybody can get unwell because we are not invincible. We are a chip of the old block. There is a lot of mental illness in our families. So even family law, we also get involved because our patients do need to own a piece of land, but somebody feels they don't deserve. After all, they are Mushero's patients. They don't deserve, isn't it? So things like testamentary capacity, she'll tell you more about it, whether they can stand, they understand the extent of their bounty, whether they can distribute. Because the fact that you're not that you're mentally unwell does not mean you don't own this room. And you need to divide it among your people, but do you know them? And then unfortunately, just like somebody said, death is inevitable or definite, we're also growing old. There are things called dementia. Dementia is a real problem. Anyway, I'm not here to scare you. We are here to talk about good mental health, what we want for ourselves, and those we love, and those who come into contact with us, whether they know us or they don't. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, I think I hope to summarize. So I'm Susan Kagwe. I am in Westlands, 9 West, on 7th floor. The twist about me is some of the things that I deal with as a lawyer, I have been through them myself. And so anybody who would like to know a little bit more about me can see some familiar faces in the room. I was done an interview by Lynn Gugi. So if you look at Lynn Gugi, Susan Kagwe, you'll be able to see my story there. And that's why I always tell people, refer people to me. I'm not saying other lawyers are not good, but some of the things that I would possibly share with them are not only in the books of law, are not only in the acts of parliament. Those are real issues that I can be able to walk with them and be able to tell them, for example, there is life after divorce. You understand? So that's the little difference about me and maybe other lawyers in my field. So apart from family law, I also handle anything to do with property. It goes very well with where I come from. Buroti is part of us. So anything to do with land and anything to do with the business person, I'm able to work with a business person. And I always say, when you're settled at home, then you show up in the boardroom, you show up in your business in your best capacity. So I'm so happy once again to have been here. I'm around and I hope to meet more of you one-on-one and have more of a discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much to everyone. As they go to sit, a round of applause again. Sorry. Sawa, so I'm going to and our events coordinator and our treasurer. So this is an appreciation for finding time to share your insights with us. And in case you are sitting there and wondering what's there, at the back there are some ladies selling some amazing merchandise, some nice t-shirts, capes, and all that. Make sure you grab one for yourself. Improve your social self-care by buying something for your family and friends to remember the dinner with. So ladies, thank you once again, and we really appreciate your time. Agenda item, I would like a volunteer. I've actually seen a good table that could volunteer to sing one of the songs we used to sing in Bishop Gatimu. A song that you are sure if you sing, everyone in this knows. Any volunteer? We might give you something from the merchandise table. You.
Mimi ni mkate wa uzima, ajaye kwangu hataona njaa, mtu hawezi kunijia kamwe, asipovutwa na Baba yangu. Ama unataka aje? Anguka na.
I feel free. teka video na post pale NGC. Jina ni Kantel kurapsi ni talent G. Anguka now, check it. Anguka now, twende down low now. Stand up to your feet, mikono juu alafu click.
I would like to invite our chair once again to introduce some of our guests to give comments fupi, for lack of a better word.
Thanks a lot, Bettina, and thank you to all the panelists. I believe we are all leaving here very enlightened. So asante sana, and thank you for always showing up. We welcome our visitors again. Thank you. I think I'd introduced our visitors except one who's just walked in. That's a current principal, Mrs. Jane Kimiti. She just sent a message. She left Ngandu at 5. Imagine a full day's work and then she drives to Nairobi. Is that honor or is it honor? That is honor. Terrific. So to save on time, we are going to get into the next program, which is, since we like our visitors, today I'm the handler of visitors. We're going to give them a moment of comments, fupi. So they tell us what they remember about Ngandu, how Ngandu is doing today. Is Jeff building another gate at the back there? And what's the leadership doing to Ngandu, and how do they want us to continue relating? We've had an excellent year of collaboration, so it's just fair that we do that. But before we get there, we are starting with the immediate former principal to give her very quick comments and tell us how it's going in Kenya High and what we can learn from Kenya High. We are an alumni here. Nasikia Kenya High ni watu high class, so how can we catch up with that? Busana.
Thank you so much. The alumni of Bishop Gatimu Ngandu, our chairman BOM. Oh, I'm still our chairman. That means it's like I have not yet moved. Maybe I need to learn to move. So the chairman BOM, Bishop Gatimu Ngandu, the vice chair, Bwana Jeff, my colleague principal, Madam Jane, all invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Yeah, for those who do not know me, my name is Virginia Wahome, the chief principal, Kenya High School, and the immediate former principal of Bishop Gatimu Ngandu. I was in Ngandu not for a very long time, because I think I joined in 2017 and I left in January of 2023. So I worked in Ngandu for a period of time, and I would say I still have some little history there, because we worked together with all of you and we were able to do a number of things together. So currently I'm at the Kenya High School, and again I worked with Madam Jane at the Presidential Working Party on education reforms. I was a member, so we met there for quite a while. And currently, again, I'm working with Madam Masuga, because I'm a member of the National Examinations Appeals Tribunal. I'm actually the vice chair of the tribunal. And as I still continue shaping the lives of the young girls at the Kenya High School. Now, Just something very brief about Kenya High. It's just like Bishop Gatimu Ngandu. In fact, Ngandu has a higher population than Kenya High School. So I would say you're ahead of us there. The other thing that is so similar between the two schools is that the two schools have quite some rich history and traditions that are always followed. So when I went to Kenya High, for the first 1 year, I was still learning the traditions. So I took quite a bit of time to learn, because before you start changing something, you need to learn why it was there. And sometimes you try to change it and you're told, no, you cannot touch it because it was there since 1956, and you cannot come to change it in 2023. So we learn and we appreciate, and we are able now to change what can change, and just work with what has been there and what cannot change. One thing we cannot change in that institution is the architectural outlook of the institution. In the institutions, we don't paint. We don't have a lot of paint. We paint the inside of the buildings. The outside is the natural stone. I'm told the last building that was done in 2015, the stone was being fetched from somewhere in Gilgil because it was not available anywhere nearby. So building becomes very expensive, and you can't change. So I did a washroom because we had challenges with washrooms. I did a washroom, and because someone was doing it for us for free, I pleaded with the board to bend backwards and allow the contractor to use the machine cut stones, and we did. But when the old girls visited the school, I'll not complete the statement. So those are the kind of traditions that we are working with. So I'm learning. I was happy the girls were able to get 16 washrooms because they were really congested and the washrooms were not enough in the tuition area. So Kenya High is a good school. The girls work very hard. The teachers also work very hard. In fact, everyone who's been asking me how is Kenya High, see there's a lot of work. There's a lot of work. Again, almost all our parents, almost 60% are right here in Nairobi, and they would like to pass by and say hi to their children. So you keep handling very many parents in a day, and if you allow them even on weekends, you'll never have a weekend. So again, you fight with them on weekends because you're telling them not to come in when they want to come in because they are free. But we have understood each other, and we have a very good working relationship. As far as performance is concerned, again, I think that's part of tradition, because when the girls get into the school, they believe they have to pass. So that it's ingrained in them. So many of them have self-drive, and they work very hard. They even push each other in class, and there is a lot of competition in the classes and in the houses. In that school, almost everything goes back to the house. So when we are talking about academic competition, it's not more so in the classroom than in the houses. So when we are doing analysis, we analyze for the class and we analyze for the house, and the awards go to the houses that win. So there is a lot of competition. Even in the house, they have to sit and read and study and discuss, and the matrons really push them so that they work. So there, it's not only the teachers who are on academics, even the matrons really push the academic agenda. So away from Kenya High, let me start by appreciating this invite. Thank you for thinking about me and about the work that we did together when I was in Ngandu. You visited us a lot. We had activities together. You talked to the girls. You really encouraged them. And I keep remembering the day you brought Honorable Mumbi Ngugi, and she talked to the girls, and for quite some time they kept remembering her, and because of that, very many of the girls wanted to become lawyers. So I am hoping those that I am seeing here the ones who've gone through my hands. I'm hoping there are some lawyers in the midst, in the making, if they have not yet graduated. So that was really kind. And I'm also happy to see all of you here. And appreciate the good work that Onga has been doing at BG. And I can see you're still continuing to do it. That's the reason why you're holding such a function. And you're calling the members of the board, you're calling the principal. It's because you're still holding hands and you're still pushing the BG agenda. So continue doing it. And you might never really know the impact that you have on the girls when you go and talk to them and when they see you. Many other times after you leave, they have already identified with you as an individual and they want to be like you when they grow up. So do not get tired. Continue seeing them, continue visiting them, continue talking to them. You might be the one who is going to make her change her mind and really want to be somebody. Many other times when you go to talk to them, or like us teachers when we are with them in school, we see them give up because of maybe the challenges they are going through, maybe in school or at home. But when they see someone who says, I was here, I went through these challenges, and today I am who I am, you kind of breathe some, new life into them. So continue working with the school and with the girls, because I know the kind of difference you make when you do that. To the members of the board who are here, the chairman and the vice chair, we worked together, the vice chair for quite some time. The chairman, it was a brief moment before I left, but I truly enjoyed the cordial working relationship that we had. We had challenges that we were able to solve together. But I know we did not solve all the challenges in BG. We left some for Madam Jane to handle. And I know she's deep into it, trying to go around because every school has its own challenges. And one cannot really stand and say, I was able to handle everything that needed to be handled. So I enjoyed my working relationship with the members of the board and with the staff. And we were able to deliver what we delivered for Ngandu, but we never delivered everything. So we did not really reach the targets we had set, even academically. That is the reason why I'm saying Madam Jane has quite a bit to handle, because we did not do it all. We did not achieve all the targets that we had set. To Madam Jane, I wish you all the best as you tackle the myriad of challenges in the institution. Like I said earlier, every institution has its own challenges, so everywhere you go, you will always find something that sometimes gives you a headache, trying to figure out how to manage it. But God is graceful, because somehow He always gives us a way, even where there seems to be no way. So continue fighting for BG, expanding the opportunities for the girls in BG. And you have a great team here. Throw some challenges to them so that they can make the load lighter for you. And I know where there is team spirit, it is possible to achieve a lot more. As I wind up, I would simply like to appreciate the team that was here. I was listening to you, and I was wondering, how can we tap this knowledge so that it can benefit the institutions that we are managing today? Truthfully, as heads of institutions, we are having a lot of mental issues affecting both our students and our staff. Just a while back, I lost a teacher through suicide. And personally, I had not even realized he was having mental issues. It was after he committed suicide that the other teachers started talking about what he had been going through. And unfortunately, they had never said anything to me, of course, possibly to hide whatever challenges he had so that I don't get to know as the head of institution. But I was wishing they had said something. Maybe together we would have thought through and seen how best we can help. But to you, because your parents, you have children in high school, we have a lot of mental challenges with the children and with the staff. So many of the children want to commit suicide. They are doing something today, I don't know where it came from, it's called self-harm. So you can see she cuts herself, anajikatakata mikono, miguu on the thighs, and they say they are doing it to relieve pain. So I think I might require some moments with the mental health professionals to understand how you relieve pain by inflicting pain on yourself. And where are these challenges coming from? 95% is coming from home. So I do know what we are going to do so that we can improve the home environment so that our children can become stable. Because they are quite unstable. When you talk to them and they open up, they will tell you so many things that are going on at home that they are not happy about. In fact, they hardly talk about school. So when they come to school, they again don't fit because everyone is talking about my daddy this, my daddy that, my what. And then possibly mom and dad are not together. Maybe they have been stopped from seeing their mom or they've been stopped from seeing their dad. So we have those issues. When we come to staff, there's something called betting today. I don't know whether there's a rehab for betting. And like the teacher we lost, he had an addiction to betting. And by the time he passed on, he had borrowed from everybody, debts, to a point of he'll borrow your laptop to do something and then it just disappears and you never get it back. So we have issues, we have challenges. When you talk about sleeping 9 hours, I'm like, how do you sleep 9 hours? Because I try as much as possible not to get into bed at 9, because if I get into bed at 9, I'll be awake at 2 a.m. and then I won't get back to sleep again. I need help. Anyway, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for this invite. May God bless you. God bless BG.
Thank you very much. Please don't move, Madam Virginia. We'd like to appreciate you. Thank you for coming to visit us. You're always welcome with this group. This year, we decided we're going to do things differently because it's an appreciation year. You know, Ngandu turned 60. So we said for 60, how do you close the year? You close the year by thanking everybody who has gone through Ngandu. And you start with the principals, you start with this gentleman, you start with the students, you start with the young ones who've just come out. In fact, if the ones who have just finished exams, you should have come with a few of those. We like everyone. This is an appreciation time when as we get to Christmas, so we really appreciate you for coming. And as we do that, we like you to give you a small gift to just say we deeply, deeply appreciate you. Helen, you want to come and present that to Madam Virginia as she sits down? Yes, it's a small certificate and a little gift in there just to say asante sana for being part of this team. Thank you very, very much. Thank you for those few words. The person who would have been saying a few words after this would have been Madam Wesh. You know Wesh? Si tunajua Wesh. Now Wesh unfortunately could not be with us today because she's actually away at home. She normally stays in Nairobi with the son. For those of us who are in the class of 96, mnakumbuka Mureithi. I know someone, and I'm not mentioning names. There's a girl who was in love with Mureithi. I am not saying who, but I only have 2 classmates here. But I won't say who. We know her. Yeah? So she's at home, she's far out, and for her that trip is a bit too much at this moment. So we said it's all right. We'll appreciate her anyway. So I'd like someone else to come and receive Wesh's gifts. That's Miss Waweru's gift, because we still appreciate her in absentia, and then we will deliver the gifts. Even when you're not here, we appreciate you anyway. So that gift for Miss Waweru, if you can put it in a pack, and we'll like Madam Asuga. You sing very nicely. I remember you working in chapel. You haven't lost it. Well done. You will receive the gift on behalf of Wesh. So this, so that's for Miss Waweru. Even in absentia, she's deeply appreciated. I'm glad we had a birthday party for her not too long ago, because you see how it has turned out at this party. So for her, we also held a party and celebrated her birthday. So as we say, it's a celebration here. We are finding any excuse to celebrate. In fact, before I leave, I'll tell you my birthday, so that you bring me a cake. It's a time to celebrate. So the next person who's going to give a word is a current principal, Ms. Jane Njuguna Kimiti. Karibu sana.
Asante, wewe ni mwema. Asante.
Do you want to anguka nayo?
Asante.
Just checking. Karibu sana.
Our Ogacha Architecture Shishiria, and we are always proud of you and the partnership we are sharing. Our BOM Chair, Engineer Wangai, our Deputy Chair of the Board, Mr. Jeff, Madam Virginia, my colleague, and all our dear beautiful daughters. God is good and all the time. So this evening, our distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm greatly humbled to be here. I've just come from BG. It has been a little bit crazy. We had physics today, and just from the container at 5, and God has been faithful. And I thought that I got to be here. When we were coming, I thought something, that everyone seems to prefer Nyeri schools. Why? The traffic was so thick from Gadu Junction to Muthaiga. It was nail speed. Therefore, it kept me challenged. And I started counting the schools. All the way from Nanyuki, I wondered, are they coming from which direction? And I thought that Nyeri is the future of Kenya in matters to do with education. So we are proud to be Nyerians. So this evening, it gives me great pleasure to join all of you in this very important day of your career, to give gratitude to God for what He has been to you and to your lives, not only connecting the past, the present, but also the future. Today, I bring 400 daughters who have just finished Form 4, and we look forward that they will join ONGA. I hope that somebody will do a fishing expedition. I don't know who will do that, the recruitment. I really told them in the assembly I'm coming, and they sent me their greetings and also their names and their contacts. So today I've recruited 400. So I'll share with the secretary so that you're able to link with them, to mentor them, to nurture them, to support them, because they are coming to join you in the world that you have already trodden, and you are the trailblazers. So they have big sisters who are their sisters' keeper. I can't wait to see you nurturing our daughters in the university and also in the career paths. We are really indeed happy to be here and celebrate all of you. This year, and also last year, it has been a great year for me, having joined BG as the chief principal. and having been a parent, and in our home, seemed it was only me who had not come to BG. My mom was there, and my 2 daughters, and it is me who seemed like I was the black sheep in the family, and therefore I'm happy to be now the teacher. But that does not prevent us not to have challenges. It is not the best driver who does not cause the accident, or the learner with a nail. It happened to any one of us, because challenges are faced by people, and the way we tackle challenges is what makes us true victorious or losers. So for what has been happening, I want to say it is a learning experience, an experience that will propel BG Ngandu to greater heights. Because when you do not know the challenge of a home or an institution, you may not really know the cure of the myriad challenges that Madam Virginia has alluded to. The mental health is an issue that is affecting most of our daughters and sons in the schools, and also even the teachers and the parents. The other day, we had a parent who we were preventing from almost killing the daughter and throwing her in the boot of the vehicle. Just went mad simply because the parent had been caught due to some misbehavior. And now we wonder, when a child misbehaves, who do you call? Because if you call the parent, they are coming to be the murderers. So who supports the children? And this one I throw to Dr. Eva, because you've been working with our children. I don't know, you need to maybe scale up and come to our parents too, and the teachers. And we are proud of her for what she's doing. Thank you. We are proud. This year too, we had the charity walk. A very unforgettable experience. Some I'm seeing them, we took the journey with them. Dr. Catherine, I saw you. Dr. Mother, we were with her mother Minor. Where is she? Of 93 high. Yes, I can't forget. That is the boarding that we made for 15 kilometers. Mr. Jeff was there. Our chair was there. We walked, we chatted, we exercised. It was a beautiful experience. Putting all BG Ngandu, teachers, non-teaching staff, parents, led by Onga, it is actually unforgettable. It was worth every step, every drop of sweat, for this is what will make us a strong school. So thank you so much, Engineer, for that experience. It is not forgettable. Also during the golf, I saw all of us there. I saw Angela, I saw again Catherine and others. Yeah, we were there. Even those who could not hold the club. You know, just trying to nurture ourselves and also feel good about the BG. Thank you, Mr. Jeff, also for that experience. It is a very good one, and our teachers and non-teaching staff are very happy about it. We also had the Ole Sereni dinner to celebrate BG Ngandu at 60. I wish you saw our cooks, our watchmen, our teachers in tuxedo and bow tie. A beautiful experience. Very impressive that they felt BG is taking them places. These are the unforgettable memories that we are creating together, reminiscing on the heritage that you already share, of remembering Shirikisho. I don't know whether you are there. Yeah. Uzalendo, Utafiti, and now we have the Mega Dome. So those are the memories. The memories of the Adapines, the memories of Siesta, all those catacombs. That is what made Ngandu. I was able to meet Waweshe. I visited her. because we chose to have mass with her and celebrate her, and also take her maybe a basket of fruits for the greatness and what she did for BG. And she was very happy. And even tonight, she said greetings to you. We talked with her. Please receive her greetings. Also receive greetings from Jane Kiragori. We've been talking with her. They've also been mentoring her, and also Madam Virginia. So we cannot get lost because I'm being mentored by great ladies. Having said that, as I wish to really conclude, because it's not my day, I wish to appreciate Onga for working with our daughters, supporting them through school fees. You have made our daughters stay in school and also dream their dream of receiving education. You are shaping their future. God bless you. And something you do not know, that I have come to know, is we are having even old boys. Those are the spouses of the Onga, and they choose to remain anonymous. I have their names, and I don't know, men are shy. They say, don't say us. But they are sponsoring the children. So we applaud them. We are also having the children of Onga ladies who probably are old or they have passed on. Again, they are really taking the heritage of BG, the spirit of Koboni sisters, the spirit of Bishop Gatimu Ngandu girls. Take a girl, make a leader. So we are proud of those unsung heroes that you may not see and do not want to be known. Like there is one, she's supporting 5 girls, but she told me never to mention her name. Please applaud her. As we take care of the girls through school fees, probably, I don't know, there are those who are coming from very, very needy background. I don't know whether it would be asking too much if we thought of establishing maybe a sanitary pad bank where maybe we donate just a pack. We have them somewhere where the girl can just come pick, and so that she can take her studies without shame, without embarrassment, without fear of the leaks and weeks, yeah? Girls, you understand, eh? I think maybe I would make such an appeal. It would be awesome. So I wish to appreciate all of you tonight. Continue networking, because this is what will make you strong. Continue growing together, but please, I wish to give you assignments, because again, I can't conclude a lesson without one. Each and every one of us, please promise you'll get 5 more girls. 5. And I'll be taking roll call, so that you'll be telling me you have brought 5 more to Ogafold. How many will bring 5 more? 5 more. 5 more. Thank you so much. Once a Nigerian, always. God bless you. Merry Christmas and blessed 2025. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please don't move. We have a gift for you. You know, you mentioned challenges, and I was like, I only have 2 kids. I only have 2 teenagers. 2. Na ile kichwa ananipatia. You know, the other day I took them for a bikeathon, and to fit the bicycles in the car, we pulled out the front wheel. So we go, bikeathon, I pick them back, I bring them back home. See, the bicycles are supposed to be fixed. So the firstborn, who's 14, gets the bicycles out of the car. And then points at the 12-year-old brother and tells him, I got it out of the car for you. I am not fixing it for you. So you fix and you keep your bicycle. The 12-year-old says, I am going to eat first, then I come and fix the bicycle. And the 14-year-old says, no, you can't leave the bicycle at the car park. What is wrong with you? You fix before you eat. The 12-year-old says, eat. You want me to die of hunger? Before I knew it, The two boys were screaming at each other. My house was like lunacy. 2 children only. The beauty of the end of that is after some time I had them asking each other, do you want some salad? Only 2 minutes later. So what does that say? They're of the same agenda. Fix, eat, fix, same agenda. They're going the same direction. So why were they screaming at each other? Right? Do you want some salad? Right? See, Dr. Kathri tunaulizana hivyo. Do you want some salad? Na saa ingine tunapelekananga, alafu we ask each other for some salad. Sindio, Helen? When we are trying to crack a document and none of us has finished and we don't even know what is going on. We ask each other after some time, do you want some salad? So the point is, give the salad and give it now, give it quickly, right? But I agree with you, this has been a beautiful, beautiful season. Your hospitality is excellent. We've totally enjoyed, and the blessing of the celebrations that we've had is excellent. I got to meet your daughter. We had a conversation. Is that a civil engineer? Yeah. We had very interesting conversations. I hope she was inspired. Didn't I make her leave the industry? I hope not. All right, she's already in China. So terrific. Let's give her her award. Dr. Musheru, if you can present that award. So we deeply appreciate you. Asante sana for being here. So as that happens, you had the mention of Kiraguri, right? She was the other principal. Hello? Helen, we should have said waste time, our principal. What is this? And then we've been serving this whole time with Onga. Steven Kimiti is our principal. Nini watu. Anyway, having done that, do you want some salads? So to gift Kiraguri, and we'll get this gift to her, I would like to ask Liza, come and collect this gift for Madam Kiraguri. When I call you to collect the gift, I'm also giving you the responsibility. Can you crack and figure out how to get to her? Huh? So asante sana, that's in absentia, Madam Kiraguri, who by the way paid for dinner. So it's like she's eating the dinner, but from Nyeri. Yes. Well, she said she was not able to come, but she gave her blessings. Asante sana. So we'll move on to the next short speech, and this will be by the man from Kagumo. Hey, Aki girls, seriously, surely. Mr. Jeff Ndegwa, you've also been excellent. If you can come and join us on the stage. You've been many things, and as I think all the principals say, you have been around. You like Ngandu. You like Ngandu. You've been around. So tell us something. Karibu sana.
Wow. Yeah. You all look very beautiful. Wow. I'm starting. Yes. I always like encouraging our girls back in school that beauty, they are beautiful, and they are usually very proud. But I always add beauty with what? With the brains. My name is Jeff Juanari Ndegwa Kiririo. So I don't know what name you would want to use. When I was in Kagumo High School, because I had so many names, they would say, that from one who has botanical names. Botanical names. I actually want to first to acknowledge our chairman, Engineer Wangai, And of course, our able principal, Mrs. Kemiti, our former principal, which we worked with her for some time, when I was actually the PA chair, is it? For quite some time, Madam Virginia, the Oga leadership held by architect Cecilia, and all of you. Good evening. I don't want to say much because I think I have been hanged along. Since Kagumo High School, we used to visit a lot. And I don't know who, I don't want to mention the one I wrote to a letter. Possibly they are somewhere here. I think Form 1, Form 2, I can't remember those years. But somehow we also met in the campus, you know what happened. That is, we'll discuss behind the scene, behind the tent. But also, so that I didn't know that the same school, I'll also bring my daughter. I'm a proud father of an engineer in making, Engineer Wangechi Ndegwa. She could have been here. She could have been here, but due to some engagement, because she's also leading another organization, Idaba Africa. So she could have been here, but she did not make it here. But all that, what I'm seeing, is what has been she has been through the school. And the character, the small girl I brought to Madam Virginia, now she has grown to be a big woman who is respected. She's have the leadership skills that she is able to get. She could not even talk when I took her to school. But now, today, she's the current president of that organization in the country, and yet she has not yet graduated. So, there are some of the things that I'm able to see, the good things about this school. I don't want to repeat the many things that have been mentioned here, but I want to say that after sitting down and looking through, we decided as a board to document and to come up with a strategy that will be able now to guide this school for the next 5 years. And one of the things that we realized, it has a very great history, that if it's not well documented, somehow we have seen various groupings coming with a different way of behavior, culture, like that. And we have realized that we might somehow, somewhere in between, we are going to lose it. And that's why, with the leadership of our chairman, was tasked to develop a strategic plan for the next 5 years. We developed a vision, which we now currently have, to be knowledgeable, all-rounded, impactful community. Nowadays, we call ourselves Kai community. So many Kai community. Knowledgeable, all-rounded, impactful community. Why am I saying that? Because most of the time we were only focusing to the girls. But of course, these are stakeholders. Old girls are stakeholders, isn't it? We have staff there, they are stakeholders. We have subordinate staff or support staff, they are stakeholders. We have community around there, they are also stakeholders. So we want to have a harmonious community that's going to be world changers. Our mission is nurturing girls to pursue their aspiration and serve the world. You nurture the girls to pursue their aspiration and serve the world. So every time a girls come there, we are going to nurture them, pursue their aspiration because they do have, and serve the world. Then we came up with a core values. And that's why I thought it's important I take you through this, because you will be one of the team that is going to implement this to make it succeed. Core values. And the task force came up with the word Bijerians. So we are all Bijerians. Salimia mwenzako mwambie, I am a Bijerian. I am a Bijerian. I know all of you used to say BG. Said it. So we decided to extend it. And I want to say this. The word B means we are all bold, isn't it? Yes, those girls are bold. Of course, they are arrogant, God-fearing, excellence, responsible, integrity, ambitious, and novelty. You see, the word fitted, isn't it, on what we are going to make for that. And finally, there were key priority areas that we talked about. One was academic, core curriculum and social fabric, learning and living and working environment, institutional capacity development. So our areas of interest, and of course from this group, is it is social fabric and core curriculum, learning, living and working environment. And that's why I would wish that we come in handy. I'm happy to have met Dr. Michelle. I've heard about her for quite some time. And when she was speaking here, I was wondering, should I also go and be checked? I don't know whether you felt like that, engineer. I don't know who felt like me. And, I thought the psychiatrist guys are those ones who go collecting papers and they are dirty. Then when I looked at myself and said that if I'm not sleeping, is it 9 hours? And I was wondering, I think the best I've done is, 4 hours, 5 hours. So I think we are all sick. Possibly we might queue in your there. So, Dr. when we see you, we see us knocking to your office, don't doubt us. We need to be checked. And possibly after this, you can do that and check everyone here. You might be having some patient. You might be having some patient. So learning and living and work environment. I want to say this. For the last 8 years I've been in that school, one of the things that has happened is to make an enabling environment in that school, to make sure that every girl who comes there is given an environment, one, to feel comfortable, is able to study, and of course, the infrastructures are good. I remember very well when Madam Virginia came in. There were so many things. In fact, the first time we went for that board meeting, I was wondering, what do we do? Because there was a lot of list of things to be done. Girls were queuing during break time. You see 100 queuing in one toilet like this. And it, of course, as a parent, I was very, very, very discouraged. And I was wondering, the best thing possibly, I know what Nairobian will have done, who have a bit of small coin, ni atoe mtoto. Na tumeona hivyo, si ndio tumeona mamliki. Anatoa mtoto hapo, anampeleka pengine another school, instead of making a difference. Isn't it? But we chose to stay there. We said even those other girls, they also belong to us. Alright? Wewe umetoa mtoto wako, these other ones you have left, ni wanani? Because I know of some that did that. And I think we took a bold step to do the unthinkable. We started thinking, how do we start changing that? The school today, at least today, is accommodate the girls that are there. Of course, if you look at the school today, even as you enter that school, you'll find that you are going to a national school. All right? I was very happy today, Mrs. Kimiti, today, I saw all in social media, all the parents who went to take their girls back today, they were taking self in that gate. Yeah, like this. Did you see that? Yeah? Before, nobody would take any self. I don't know what was the problem with our gate. Yeah, so can you clap for yourself? You guys contributed one. If you look at your last minute, I think we discussed that thing, did it? And it happened. Sidio? Si mjipigie makofi too. So that is what you call a unity of purpose. If you go to that school, of course, there was a lot of congestion. I remember there's a time Virginia took us around and we were wondering, what do we do? Because I was just imagining, if something happened in this dormitory, where will the girls go through? Because it was so congested. And today, the mighty dome was completed and it can house over 800. The miharats are empty. They are called miharats. The miharat now, they are empty. They are empty actually. We are converting them to class actually. So that is what I'm saying. We decided to make a difference. We decided to make a difference and the many others. I don't want to say much, but I want just to conclude with something here. Life without a purpose is meaningless. Sometimes we hustle and bustle here in Nairobi looking for money. All right? If you look at how much busy we are here in Nairobi, looking for money, and you wonder, all this money you are looking for, and it is not assisting anyone, it's only you and yourself, the self-entitlement. You find life is vanity of vanities. So, and I want to quote here, without a purpose, life is a motion without meaning, activity without directions, an event without reason. Without a purpose, life is trivial, petty, and pointless. That is Rick Warren, that's what he said. The purpose-driven life. What on earth am I here for? That is what I would want all of us. It does not matter how much you contribute. It does not how much you contribute. You see how we did that gate, how we did that dormitory, how we even did a fundraising that people thought it was unthinkable. I think when Virginia came, we were almost being auctioned because there was some debt. We came up together and you guys came out in handy. Shilingi, moja, mbili, tatu, we were able to do much. All right? What has been motivating us is not the majority. And I want to say this. Musifikirie watu wengi, not the majority, but they are available. Not the majority, but what? They are available. And that's what God used. You might be thinking that you want to see a multitude of people here. But the few we are, we can create, we can drive a mountain out of our life. Finally, Onga, I have stayed a bit with you guys. It's just an exciting group. But let's reflect on ourselves. There are some of us that we don't know where they are. Let's create an office, possibly in school, and somewhere people can be able to reach out. And I can tell you a secret. All right? I'll tell you a secret. In Koba, we employed a secretary who is a woman. Because when she call everyone, you want to listen? It's a secret, isn't it? When that lady calls everyone and says, you have not contributed your 50,000, you hardly contribute. You don't want to feel that you are letting that girl off. Why don't you get a young gentleman from Kagumo and employ that office, isn't it? You see, there are so many interns here doing, they don't have jobs, isn't it? Munawapea 20,000, ama 30, anakaa pale. Then you call all these ladies. And the guy will be given appointment. And make sure that he's good looking, and smart, and a good talker. Because women are like hearing a lot, isn't it? He's able to talk a lot. Anatoa mistari mzuri, sidio? Then eventually the money will come. The money will come, isn't it? So that is the first one. The other one is create forums of engagement. Create forums of engagement. I know you have been doing that reach out to the school, but also look at some other activity you people can do and board together. That way, you are going to bring more people and become more purpose-driven. All right? So that at least, it's not the how much somebody contribute. It's not the how much somebody contribute. You can start what you call a crowdfunding. I've met some of your colleagues outside the country, quite a number of them. You can create a crowd fund where they start every month. Somebody is contributing something. Somebody is contributing something. All right? But it's a purpose-driven contribution. So that it's not just one day we wait for a walk and people now start to contribute that money. You'll be able to make great stride. And that is what I would want us to do, because we have a very rich network. Very rich network. I think you guys, far and wide, in this Africa and outside, you have a very rich network. If all of you tap quarter of what you guys have, some of these handles that we have here right now, we should not be struggling. At our school, we don't have a swimming pool. All right? Our school, possibly the laboratories are not enough. We should not be looking at that, because some of you guys are driving some of the premiums organization that have a lot of money they don't even know what to do. Just organize yourself a little bit and you are going to tap that money. You are going to tap money. So to yourself, and this is what I want to preach to you today. the key to activate favor. Many other times, and people who have managed to come here, is because somehow they can. But we all live at the same time, the same age, possibly, and then in different times, you find this one has listened, this one has this kind of facility, this one is able to access some favors. So what are these keys to activate favor in your life, wherever you work, or the people that you stay with? Say this: be a woman of honor. Repeat after me. Be a woman of what? Honor. And you might be thinking that honor is giving people's money. But the fact that you have called me here, that's an honor, isn't it? Tomorrow, if you come to my organization, even if I'm very busy, I'll create time for you. All right? You understand? So simple things that you do matters. The other one, I know some of us, of course, have really struggled and worked very hard. But be a person of value. Every time, trying to improve the things you do every day to perfect until you serve the King. How do you serve the King? Because he recognizes the skills that you have. For you to become the advisor of the president today, they have looked at your resume, they have seen the skill that you have built. Behind the scene, nobody knows. But the moment you'll be announced one day, you'll serve the King. So all of us, we are qualified to become the cabinet minister today. We are qualified to become the next woman president of this country. All right? But we must be like David. In the wilderness, we perfect our skills. Add values to your life. Don't just say, I left school and that's what I'm studying. Go back to school. Study, perfect yourself. And that way, you'll increase the value. And you'll only stop until you serve what? The King. Then be a person of relationship. Be a person of relationship. And this is very key, because I can see some majority of you are married here. Isn't it? Did that just guy met you on the street? Akawambia wewe fuata mimi. From now you are my husband, like what you have said at the street in the village. And I'm suspecting my mother, that's what happened. Akawambia afuata na akafuata, and the next minute nikapatikana, you know. So be a person of relationship. Relationship is not money. People pass BG to go to Nyeri. It will cost you nothing just to get into the school and say hi to the principal. Isn't it? You don't have to wait until the Onga team wamekushana, wamekuja, ndio wameenda. That's the time you are going to say hi. You know, I find it interesting, Madam Virginia, that the time they have very beautiful girls and daughters. Watch our Peter exam. That's the time you know you look for the number of Madam Virginia. And that's why they switch off their phones during the visit. But what if you have built a relationship? You have passed by there. All right? Next time you when you pick a phone, that's my friend. Wakili, Sidio. That's my friend. Some of the consultancies, possibly, you might be charged a lot of money. But among yourself, because you have built a relationship, it is very simple. It's just phone call away. And architect, I'm struggling with this building. What do you advise me here? Ambia when you get to mafuta, next time nitakucharge more. Lakini nitakuwekea mafuta na uangalie drawing yangu sema iko sawa. Ama namna gani? So relationship is key. And let me tell you, that is why you are all an example of a relationship. Because those who are married and who are planning to be married, it does not start a day. Sidio? Unaanzaga tu mtu anakuikia hivyo, before you unamsalimia, before you realize unaanguka before you realize hata umesahau jina yako, umeweka jina ya huyo mtu. Did it? That's how it starts. So can you convert that to life? Some of you, you have a lot of potential. A lot of potentials, and just there, trapped. Just because you got married, just because you are in that house, the potential is trapped. What if you start activating that relationship? Relationship. I was talking to one of your alumni here, very senior person in this country. And what she told me when we are doing golf, he told me, those girls, they only look for me when they want me to donate something. It was such a thing. I want to tell you that. what if you make a deliberate effort, you take a certificate like that one to that office? Ama usikize kwa mtandao ako na birthday. Mushikana watu 5, mpeleke gift. Aseme we are from Onga. Next time when you go to that office, because to get an appointment from her is a nightmare. Akisikia mko hapo atafukuza wengine muingie, si ndio? Let's enhance our relationship. And then you do that, some of these things you are looking as if it's a big mountain. Yes, you realize utashikwa mkono upelekewa president. Because you have built a relationship. Utashikwa mkono upelekewa mtu mwingine. You have built a relationship. Our students, our girls are not getting jobs. Why? Why? I happen to, my son was in a certain school which they compete with Kenya High. But I'm so impressed by the alumni. They don't let their alumni struggle. That's why you see Alliance will always be at the top. Why? I went to their function and they were getting the list of those people who have graduated. And they're offering internship for them. So why are you not doing that? Why are our girls struggling? So that's why the girls that Mrs. Mitty is giving you, they need to see hope. Create an opportunity for them. So that at least now they will start attracting. Everybody will be pushing to become an Onga. Because anajua is a network I'm getting into. Like now I just picked my son today. And she has signed a form to be a Busharian old girls. No, old boys of Alliance. Na saidi ametoka. Amesign. Why? Because we want to join that network. So let's create those activities and things will be better. So allow me, because of the few years nime interact na nyinyi. Possibly next time I'll be somewhere else, serving somewhere else. But allow me to say this. You people are so rich, so networked, lest you study the potential that God has given us. And some of you possibly, even the stagnation we have, we are going to grow to the next level. I want to see some of you becoming the minister, becoming the president, and others being ushered to be world changers. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
No, Jeff, don't sit. We must give you a basket of something as well. Thank you for that advice. Yeah? My take home, building relationships. We are not too bad. Let me give you a testimony. You see that young lady who's sitting there? That one? Yes. So her name is Elizabeth Murumba Kakwasi. Is Kakwasi your middle name? Yes. Yes. We met at the education walk. You know the walk that we had in March? Yeah, so we met somewhere in the middle of Karatina, and she started giving me stories. She talks a lot. She gave me stories all the way to Ngandu. But then in all those stories, she tells me she had just finished university doing construction management. But she actually took herself through school by doing this, this content creation, etc., designing happy things. She designed these certificates. So, and to the young people, that's the value of being more. So she went to school to do construction management, but she became more. She does graphics, she does content creation, she does all types of things. She's more. So she's now a triad, not in construction management, but in these more things. I don't know. These things. So we're not too bad. We are trying. We just need to do more. We just need to do more. All right, terrific. So who is giving Jeff the gift? Madam Catherine? Catherine and Jeff like hanging out. What are you saying? And they were the same year. So those letters you had. Those letters, they'll tell us behind the tents. Well done, Jeff. Thank you, Dr. Catherine. That's very good advice. We appreciate you. Sorry. All right, to move this forward quite quickly, the man from Nyeri High, you are next. You can see Jeff has relations. And I'm not starting a bad story. So, Engineer Wangai, karibu.
Thank you very much, Architect. You know, now when you let Jeff run ahead of me, and he's already made a good marketing for now the admin officer of Onga. Now, what chance do I stand now? Yeah, but Chairperson Onga, our Vice Chair of the Board, Vice Chair of Onga, Dr. Catherine, Chief Principal of BHG Ngandu, Mrs. Njuguna, Chief Principal of Kenya High School, Virginia, and distinguished alumni of Bishop Gatimu Ngandu, good evening. Let me say that it's really a deep honor to be here with you this evening, to share a meal and a moment. And they say that the best things in life are free. And I think being marked Nigerians has really been a gift. I have met friends, I have felt warmth, we have struggled together, we have celebrated. It's been an incredible moment all the way. I remember when we asked Jeff to lead a very strong team first, and Virginia, and finally Jane came to finish it. Very able team of management that met many times. And so he told me, he had very clear instructions. The values cannot be more than 3 because we must remember them. So he comes now and he tells me they are 9. And I ask him, Jeff, 9? And so he tells me this thing called Nigeria, and I say, no, Jeff, the values cannot be more than 3. Because who is going to remember 9 of them? And I can say, he sat me down and told me, you know, it's not me who coined them. But they did this very nice thing until it read Nigerian. Today, I think he was very wise, because the word Nigerian rhymes very well. So well done, Jeff. Now, through the year, I think we've had our good moments. Celebrating BG at 60. Let me, the most inspiring thing that you did was to inspire Nyeri High School. In fact, I remember when we went for golf in Nyeri, the vice chair, his name, Wanita Home, sat there and kept asking me, how have you done it? And I said, well, I don't know, but we have very good partnership with the old students of Ngandu. So I didn't know that he was taking notes. So the following day, because I'm in the group, I see him all of a sudden, and he built this beautiful community of Nyeri High. And so I see every other week there's a year adding, the year of 84, the year of 92, until the year of 1967. So there's this community that has, I think there are more than 40 groups. And so by the time they are coming, you know, we started the path and we were running. We did better golf than them. Let's applaud ourselves for that. Our golf was very good. So when they did the golf, I think they thought they would do it better than us. And so they were a little disappointed. Like, in fact, I was in the group saying, you know, we were only 67, but Ngandu had 120 people in the field. I think it's one of the best fields that Nyeri Golf Club has ever witnessed. So well done. But they did not stop there. They didn't stop there. By the time they went for the 100 years celebration, they did it. And they did it well. So we were 1-1. So it was a draw. But they didn't stop there. So a few people, 4 of them, decided to take a walk. And of course, they also gave me a target. I was supposed to raise my 300,000 shillings towards that walk. I didn't reach the target, but I raised some money. And at the end of it, they raised more than 30 million, including a sponsorship from Safaricom. So now we are 2-1. So we are 1 down. So I think when it comes to 2025, so we must revenge. So I look forward to a good 2025. But let me just say a few things. That one, just to pick from where Jeff left it, is to say that one of the things, and I think we discussed this much with the chairperson, that yes, let's help the girls who are in Ngandu. But let's do that because we are strong enough. The first charge of hunger is to build ourselves. You see, today, 400 girls who were mothered, nurtured, had a routine, have been released to the wilderness. And where do they go? Who do they turn to? Knowing that they turn to a team that understands, that can sing a song they have sung, that can talk about Shirikisho, and, you know, even though they are 10, 20 years apart, you know, when I meet General Karangi, you know, he went to school and I think I was still a toddler. But when we sit and talk, we talk like Nyeri High School. And even those who are more senior than like General Karangi rather. So that a strong hunger is good for our continued nurturing and mentoring of young women into a strong participation in life, be it their professional life, be it their family life, be it their personal growth. So I urge that we continue the work you're doing to build a strong ourselves. But sometimes what happens is that we are literally our children. Graduated 5 years ago, same about my children. So if I think that my daughter who finished campus 3 years ago, 4 years ago, is having it, still navigating life, this teacher that we are giving our children, do I dare say, they are children themselves. They are also entering into marriage, they are entering into life, they are starting to get responsibility, they don't know how to handle all this pressure at the same go. So even as we think about the students who are in their teenage years, let's also think about those we are putting charge over them and are also having a bit of challenges themselves. Now, greetings from the board. A number of them asked me to greet you, and particularly the PA chair. We have a new PA chair called Mr. Kihoro. He would have wanted to come, but he was engaged, so he sent his greetings and said he will be with you next time. So, picking from that to say then that we want to future. Luckily for us, next year we don't have Form 1s because of the CBC scenario. And so, in a way, it's a year when we have the smallest number in school. It might be a challenge because then we'll see our finances drop all of a sudden, but it's also a good year because it's a year when you don't have the what is it, the settling new people. It's a time when we have extra classes. It's a time, so we would also want to use that year to try, and it's a year of rest, a sort of quote unquote, it's a year of jubilee of some sort. So we hope that then that small break, which is not really a break, but at least we are not waking up and the principal is, this year when the Form 1s were coming, we were building the dome by half to accommodate the Form 1 on Monday. Because we thought the dome would be ready by that time, we realized was it a week or was it 3 days? 3 days, we realized the dome is not ready. So what do we have? You work with what you have. So we went there in one evening, we said, no. I think Jeff and myself and the principal, we said, let's now, this dome, not dome, dining hall, let it be the dormitory for now. So, and for 1 month, or a whole time actually, that was their dome. You know, so there are these crises that are taking your time, taking your money, that really ought to not to be happening. But so at least with the year that we have, might be just a good year for us. Now, let me speak about 2 things then, and which then would link us to your work. I think there are 2 things we can approach life. And I keep thinking quite often, the European and the American life demonstrate the 2. A value-based society and a personality-based society. You know, we all know Mike Tyson, is it? Why do we know him? What value does he stand for? Why do we know him? It's because of a certain trait, isn't it? Not because of any value at all. But therefore, and you can think of many others. You know, he's called Whitney what? You know, where did she die? Of what? You see, but do we know her? What value did she stand for? But she had a what? A voice. She had a certain repeated something we could identify with. So the good thing then with values is that they are stable. Values are determinate. Values are standards of judgment. And values are universal. Care, charity, love, empathy, all that are things that doesn't matter where you are. But sometimes personality is a trait. And sometimes it's just about some repeated and observed something that we do. Now, I was happy to hear Chief Principal Kenya High School saying, one thing you cannot do in Kenya High School is change the architectural form. And whoever is not even the board that is saying, in fact the board persuaded, the board will change. But the old girls say, this is our school. Now, one of the strongest things I think that the old girls bring is that you're the custodian of the culture and character of Bishop Gatimu Ngandu. You know it, you know the past, you feel it. So we invite you very, very strongly that even come to us and say, this is our school. And we do not want to be the school that takes this direction, because let me tell you something. You see, after I left Nyeri High School, there was this famous fire, or infamous now. And you know, for many years, I think 20 years, everywhere you see that I'm from Nyeri High School, you say, oh, that's why the band. You know, that became the identity of the school. So when then something happens, when you say I'm from BG, then ask, what is it that you want to be known for? What do you want to be identified with? So you are our custodian. So let me then just make a few requests as I sit. And I think because a few of you have asked me, yes, we know this year we had a bit of disturbances, but now that's something that we have overcome. I'm very happy that today we can celebrate and thank you to the Chief Principal comfortably and successfully complete our examination. But then crises are good because they help you look deeper. They help you. Examine you and look at introspect on yourself. The assurance we want to give you as our very strong partner is that we are looking to learn the lessons and to make the institutions even stronger than before. So, Chair, I have 3 things or 4 that I want to request of you. The first is about our endowment fund. We have started and we have discussed. Out of the activity that we have had, probably we have about maybe 600,000. We have a little bit more, perhaps. I think the Chief Principal is working on the numbers. So maybe we can get $1 million point, which is a seed money for our endowment fund. And let me tell you why. Inside this room, I'm sure there are people who do investment management. And if every year, the bursaries that we give to individuals go to about 5 million shillings. If every year we keep on accumulating that 5 million, in a space of 10 years, we'll be able to confidently say, any girl coming to Ngandu will go through school comfortably without necessarily fundraising at the moment, because we fundraised strategically. We want to create a kitty, and I think on behalf of the board and management, I want to commit that before the end of this year, we'll establish a kitty together with trustees that include ONGA to ensure that we have a provident fund that all of us can start dipping or putting in whatever that we owe. We ask for your support, and from my own end, I think I will do my best by that 1st of December to raise at least $1 million shillings more to that fund. Number 2, and I think we spoke this during the International Women's Day, or now our Alumni Day, that we establish counseling booths in school. And I know Chief Principal has been thinking of some space, and I think we'll see where that can be, because one of the biggest problems we are having today for parents, for students, but let's start with the students first, is if we can take up the challenge from Alliance and have a welcome event for the class that has just graduated. Somehow, early in the year, just have a welcome. Good. If you do, I'll put my mbuzi there as well, and I'm sure Jeff will put. If he doesn't, if I put one, he'll put 2, because. And so at least we just have a welcome thing just from the very beginning, before they just make them aware that is done. And lastly, we have a rich history, and I see you are very good in documenting. We tried last year to gather a little bit of our history, and we discovered very interesting history, by the way. Very interesting. But if we do not document it, very interesting. But if we do not document it, then it will be lost. A lot of you carry a lot of history, a lot of stuff about BG. We'll also be happy if you could work with us to document the history of Bishop Gatimu Ngandu. With that, those remarks, Chair, I want to say thank you for inviting us here, and wish every one of us here a happy December holidays and a happy New Year 2025. We look forward to working with you. Asante sana.
Let's clap for the chair of the board, please. Let's give him another clap, please. So we say asante sana. Please don't move. You can see Helen has come to do our thing of appreciation. But yes, Mr. Chair, we hear you. We hear you. Because one of the things that we've noticed as we interacted with the school in the last 2 years, let me just report on the last 2 years, is that having a structured and a sustained program of mentorship is absolutely important. And we actually got back to the alumni and asked them that question. And I know at some point you had a conversation with Dr. Musheru. I also had a conversation with another lady who is from Transform Nations. This is Sophie Mbevi, Simon Mbevi's wife. She was in Ngandu, the class of 1990. They actually have the same way they do Man Enough, they do Boys to Men, they have a program for girls. So, and I asked her to document, and she has documented. So the only part that is missing and which we plan to finish is the structure of how it will be done, because we figured out the best way to do it is use the teachers that you already have. They go through the program, and we'll relate to the principal quite a bit to get how many female teachers, because it's a very female-based kind of a curriculum. How many female teachers do you have that we can put in this class? They go through the program. You know, they also have a program called EZA. So for grown-ups, I've done their program called EZA. So, which is Woman Enough. So they train those teachers. Then they become the trainers of the girls program, because you have to go through this program to be able to train the program. You see how you're hitting two birds with one stone within one program. So there are possibilities. We just need to get to a point where we can structure and effectively do it. Now, Daktari had also raised that issue of she can actually connect us to her team of psychiatrists who can make themselves available once in a while. If the place is set up, yeah, if those booths and the digital connections are set up, then we'll not be limited when it comes to expertise. So the possibilities are there. Yeah? So I'll respond on the endowment funds. If you'll hang around a little more, it's somewhere further in my report, because it's one of the motions that's being floated today. Because all these members must first understand it and they vote, because once you say, I agree, now really no one else will have to be explaining to you some more. Yeah? So in agreement with that. So Asante Sana will present this. This is Lucy Kagwanja, one of our very good persons. If you can present this gift, Asante Sana, board chair.
Manzaka Malion, King Esther, Yavsana, the boss lady. Ata baba neli mokili mille fois, je te choisirai toujours à chaque fois. Nayeba ki okozala mama ya bana, motema nange betaki quand je t'ai vu.
Yeah, so sorry, because it's a day of appreciation, there was one other person who represents sponsors of the school, because in the past 2 years, we've gotten quite a lot of wisdom from His Grace, the Archbishop, Dr. Anthony Muheria. So when we say today we are celebrating everyone, whether they're in the room or they're not in the room, we're celebrating people. So we actually have a gifts to give him. And there's a whole lot of wisdom that's set in the reports later. So if we can present that, and Chair, just collect it for him as well. Thank you.
Seed boy, Manzaka Malion, King Esther, Yavsana,
so Asante Sana,
the boss lady.
So I'll pass this program quite quickly to Helen to appreciate the rest.
All right, good evening. We will move very, very fast, but please stand, stretch very quickly. Ask your neighbor, are they having fun? Are you having fun? Are you challenged? Are you challenged? Okay. Stretch, stretch, stretch quickly. Please don't leave. We have just another 10 minutes. I'll release you for sure. The next group we have is girls who served in Onga, and this is exciting because what was being shared here, you can have your seats. You can have your seats. Now, if someone in your table is called here, by the time you celebrate them, you know what is celebrating? You know that you clap before your turn comes? So you please celebrate the people who come from your table. And I'm looking for, so we'll move to the first person. This person is getting the award of impactful support. Now this lady has been in Onga since way before I started serving, and that's quite a long time. So I've known her since 2008, and I found her serving in Onga. This lady, we also call her our chief beggar, because whenever we need money, she will knock any office everywhere, even in her big office, and she will look for money for us. Now, we've heard that we need to start engaging, even in our classes and making friends. Now, if you want to know what is love, it's the investment of time. Love is the investment of time. So if we give our friends money, or if we send M-Pesa to whenever there is an event, a wedding, if we were all invited to a wedding and we sent M-Pesa and we didn't show up, do we love that person? So investment of love, the proof of love is the investment of time. So clap for yourselves that you're here. And also for this lady, because she has never missed a dinner like this if she's in the country. She doesn't miss to go down to the school with that. I have never, all these pictures you're seeing in the booklets on your tables, you don't miss her photos. Every single year we are here. And to give this award, I'm going to ask our Miss Virginia to come and give it. And we are awarding this to Miss Anne Asuga. Now clap like you mean it. Wake anguka nayo. Huyu ni wa kuanguka. Huyu ni wa kuanguka, huyu tunamjua. And looks like greatness runs in both of you because the way you're dressed.
Anguka now, turn it down low now.
Yes.
Stand to your feet, mikono juu alafu click.
Okay.
Tuliza pesa alafu one leg.
Thank you, Anne, for your service to Onga. We love you. We pray that you continue with the same spirit. Yes. All right, the next one is the award of support and mentorship. Again, when we go to Ngandu and we go to the school, this lady is left in the parking by herself, talking to the girls, because we have a need. I think the topic she always covers touches the heart. So she's always, Susan, I think we will adopt you to come and help us in this. You had a lot of things come from family issues, and you've been in the family for long. So this particular lady also, again, Jeff, I think you're not aware that we do a lot of internal things. I think we just don't talk about them. When we have mental issues, ziko lakini hatuna. Because this girl gives us discounts. You think you're in town, you're driving along Wayakiwe and you feel your stress, just pass by her office. Invoice yako utatumiwa baadaye, and she'll give you a very good discount. By the way, this is to all of you, if you didn't know, that we get discounted rates from Health Minds consultants run by our own Dr. Mushero whenever you need to talk, to have any issues. And like we had, you don't have to be crazy to go see her. And atuseme mimi ni wa Onga. Secretaries and everyone in the office will not know it is you and your issues. Dr. Mushero, can you come please? Clap like you mean it. And this one goes with Jeff because you are passionate about it. Come and give her these gifts. Keep clapping until your time comes. All right? So very good. Make sure you get her contact. Now, the person who is always asking, where is so and so? Where did they go? How are they doing? How is life? You know, the person who's always in the room with us, whatever time, caring about leadership. By the leadership, we go through a lot. You know, taking care of you people. Online people, where is the online camera? Where am I looking? Online people, you people. I'll come to you. But anyway, she's always checking on us. So these gifts will go to one, Lucy Kagwanja. Clap for her, please. And this particular gift, I'll ask our BOM chair to give it to her. Nyinyi mnajuana kwa vilemba. Because you're both impactful and you care about people. By the way, our chair, if you didn't know, is always giving us those things under the table. You know, under the table. Food. He's a father of girls, by the way. So the Marshalls event we had, he took care of our lunch. Can you imagine? And Lucy is our sponsor for this event as well, individual sponsor. So those two are truly givers of their time and their resources. All right, then we have the next award goes to class of 2001. And this will be given now I want to talk about class of 2001. If you know of a class that takes care of its own and then goes out of, you know that we start with Jerusalem before we go to Judea. This class 2001 takes care of their own. Like when there's an issue, whether it's, you know, a celebration of a wedding or there's an issue with a death, they will take care of their own first. And then when we go to Ngandu, they have adopted a girl for the last 2 years, paying her school fees faithfully. And I heard the principal talking about the very needy children who don't even have toiletries. They even take care of that. For that particular girl they've adopted. I mean, we've just been challenged here by our own visitors that we need to start from home, isn't it? This class has perfected that. I think we need to see them to tell us what they do. But they've taken those two things, their own and in the school. They've done that successfully. And one of their marshals, by the way, manages them also. She's a class marshal all the way out of the country. She's in Canada, but she talks to them and they connect. Now, many marshals say, oh, I don't have time. I'm not here. I'm not available. I'm not what? She's never here. But look at that, how united that class is. And to receive this gift, I'm going to call Carol on behalf of your class. I know they are online watching, so let's celebrate them. And this is a class that we need to study and understand what they are doing behind the scenes. So to give this award, I'm going to ask Esther, our events officer here. That's class 2001. Thank you so much for having the spirit and the love we aspire to achieve. The next one is class 1987 to 19, O levels 87 and A levels 89. Their marshal is all the way in Nakuru, so she sent her representative Josephine. And this class also does the same. They've adopted a girl and they've paid for her school fees again for the last 2 years. And they plan to continue until the end. The girl is going to Form 4 next year. And that class also takes care of its own. And you can see 87, 89, it's quite a long time ago, isn't it? And they're all over the world. But believe you me, they come together, they support. And among them also, they've taken care about 4 other girls paying for their school fees. So, Bettina, please come and give this award. And on behalf of your class, please send our love and tell them thank you very much. Okay? The next one. This one needs no introduction. This is where we say leadership without position. This is where we say impact. And this girl, I want you to look at your tables and you'll see some flyers on your tables. I learned about what miles are from her for the very first time. This girl has changed her lifestyle. It's in your booklet. It's also in your WhatsApps. You receive a notebook. I wish she will talk to us later. But, nani wenda gym hapa? Gym people. You know me, I stand in the mirror, I look at my stomach and I say, see, we are eating well. So I don't know the ones who are going to the gym what you tell yourselves. But this girl runs not only for her body, but to impact the world. And she has helped us before raise money for school fees. I think BG at 60, we just didn't utilize her well. So because we still have a chance, we better utilize her for our endowment fund. And she plans to run for her next birthday. And she looks very beautiful. You won't believe her age. But before I talk too much, let's invite Martha Mwangi. And Mother, I would have loved the principal to give you this gift. She's not here. So I'll call Jeff again. Hawa ni watu wako. You work together. So let's clap for her as you look at those flowers on your table. Okay. Munaona mwili ya modo. Yeye inaitwa model. You see that? So please, next time we work on our body as we work on our mental health. See you? All right. So we are done with our awards for that. The next category we have are certificates for marshals. Now, marshals have a very difficult job, guys. They write to your WhatsApp groups, we don't answer. They look for you, they send flyers, we don't answer. But imagine, they keep on. And marshals are not, they're elected, but they're not elected because they're lifetime, they serve for a lifetime. So the ones who are here will give you your certificates. And I will ask the officials to please line up very quickly. Officials, please. And if you're a marshal, please get close. So we have the first marshal, class of 83 to 85, Marion Rono. And as Marion comes, Marion also and their class, they were able to find a girl who was admitted to Ngandu, but she was not able to report because of school fees. But herself, her friends, and her class were able to help that girl report. So, Marion, collect your gift. Thank you, and tell your class, asante sana. The next one we have class of 1998, Liza. Liza never misses our events. If you look at your back page of your note, she's there, ever smiling, ever beautiful, but always there to be with us. Okay, thank you. We have Caroline Mwangi, class of 2001. All right, this one is the one who steps in for her marshal when the marshal is out, but she's done well. And by the way, Caroline, iyo jacket tutaniachia na zile umekuja nazo. Oh, by the way, she's a designer, so what she wears, what she makes. And she has them in her car. I demanded that they be brought to this room. So as you walk out, see her and pick a beautiful, she looks nice, right? Yes, as she walks out, make sure you pick your own and you pay for it. All right, so we have the next one, class 97, Priscilla Kangata. This is our newest marshal, and she's doing very well in marshalling the class of 97. Okay, 97 there. And you know, if your class, there are people here, you should be able to show up in front here with them. And if your class, the marshal is not mentioned, mujiulize maswali. We have enough lessons today. Class of 2008, we go to 2000. We have Caroline Jari. Karibu sana. She came from work today and she needed to be here. So asante sana. Dr. Catherine here. Okay, so thank you very much. Thank you, asanteni, for the work you do. Then we have Emma Njire. Emma lienda wapi? Emma Njire, she's left, all right. So we'll keep for her that certificate. Asante sana. This is to really say thank you to everyone. We are done. There's more? Okay. Oh yeah, we have a group of, okay, so this is what we did, by the way. When we went for prayer day in 2022 in Ngandu, we asked class of 2023 to register when they leave school with ONGA, and they did. We have a WhatsApp group for class 2023. 2024 ran too fast. Unfortunately, we don't have for class 24, but we will consider what you just told us. And so how do we work with them? First, they are our volunteers. We ask their parents to be here with us. So all the way 2020, 2021. And you know, there is strength in the motto, because the motto of those girls that time was empowered to serve. So they leave school knowing they're supposed to serve. So we don't struggle to ask for help from them. But they also come in, and like you've had, many of them, we've managed to place them. And Jeff helps us when he has a position, he gives Ngandu girls priority. And he'll come here and say, and the other officials are like, hey, I have a place, I have an office looking for someone, is there a girl available? But after that, within ourselves here, I can tell you, if I had time, I would call out names of people who've given them attachments in their offices. So we are trying, but we'll get there. So the award of volunteers, we don't ask, we just say, if you want to serve, let us know. And these ones have been consistent. Every event, every year, and as they come here, you will see that you have seen them before. So the marshals who've been called, and if you've received an award, join the team at the front here. Hey, Bettina, you stopped helping me. So we have Precious Wamboi. Look at those beautiful girls that they come, because they'll be our leaders. Okay. You hear even your music. Na sasa nyinyi ni wakimbizi ama where is Joy? She left? Joy Grace Kasheri. All right. Thank you, Grace. Followed by Faith Lynette. Let's move faster. So we have Esther Wandeto, Neema Karaoke. Neema, by the way, came with her grandfather the last dinner. That was our gift, our guest of honor. We have Ivy Njuguna, Furaha Kinothia. Then we have Kezia Kiambuthi. We are saying thank you to you guys. Elizabeth Murumba, Marion Wanderi, Tasha Paris, and Mary Hazel. Those are marshals. If you can move nicely to the, our volunteers, and take your group photo. They are always at the back there, sometimes missing what's happening. But they are amazing, and we can't do this without them. And if you look at the faces, you'll see that many of them were at the walk. As that goes on, I want to remind us that we have beautiful merchandise that's on sale at the back there. I want to continue appreciating our sponsors, who is Triad Architects and Healthy Mind Consultants. We've heard about them today. And we also want to, oh, she's not here. And, oh, Emma, I had your certificate somewhere. Please, Emma Ngaru, can you join them? Okay, so moving on. So those are our sponsors. We also want to appreciate the people the individuals who sponsored us for this event, Asanteni Sana. And now we'll be ushering you into the AGM. Yeah, they're here. And please look at your WhatsApp. You have a document that has been sent. I'm hoping that you've been able to look at the minutes for the last AGM so that we don't have to repeat those minutes. And then we'll have the chair pass some motions that we need to adopt the motions. Then we can go into elective office. Sawa sawa? Now, class between 1960 and 1970. Anyone in the room? 64 to 1970, 70 to 80, 80 to 85. Oh, please stand. 80 to 85, 84, right? 80, 85, 85 and 84. Thank you so much for coming. Those are our oldest. Next time, kuja wote. Okay? 85 to 90 to 89. All right, we have one person, thank you. And then 90 to 95. 90 to 95. Oh, mumejaribu watatu. Okay, very nice. 95 to 99. 95 to 99, we should be many. 95 to 99, simameni. All right, thank you. I'm looking at, you look at them because we need officials. 2000 to 2005. There you go. These are Kiragori's babies. No? 2005 to 2010. 2010. For all liberals, there you go. 2010 to 2015. 2015, you're many. Nice. Okay, that group. 2015 to 2020, yeah, you guys are doing well. 2015 to 2020. Wow, okay. 2020 to 2023. Wako. Awesome. All right. Thank you very much. So, thank you. We will be passing our motions shortly. DJ, ni wimbo gani kila mtu anaweza dance?
Nimekuchagua wewe.
Mumechaguliwa jameni, simame tuimbe kidogo.
Sitaki mwingine.
DJ has chosen this one for you.
Nimekuchagua wewe. Nikupende. Mama, sitaki mwingine. Aushi usiniache.
Those ones hawa, ama tuweke zile abunja mifupa.
Mama,
you know, we've just been told relationship starts like that. Can you practice?
Kukupenda sitasizi, moyo wangu ni mwepesi, umenikali. Unconditionally, babe. Unconditionally, babe. Make love to me. Unconditionally, babe. Unconditionally, babe.
Ladies, in the interest of time, let's do this quite quickly because Bettina is going to get you to do quick. In 5 or so minutes, we'll go through it very quickly. I'll raise the motions. The rest of the reports are in the document that has been sent to you. So go through that. All right? In this, I'll go quite quickly in a couple of items. And the highlights are the celebrations and the lessons learned. I will not go through the activities for 2023-2024 because that has been done. But I'll touch on the endowment trust and the why and the reason why we should go into it. There'll be the call to action. But one of the things that we've actually learned is that when you read the story of Bishop Gatimu, is that there are values ingrained in that. And we went through the ONGA documents, and what some of the things we have noted is, do we have core values for ONGA? Has there ever been core values? And if you read the detailed report, again I'm going through very quickly, is that in the beginning, there was a bishop who sent Bishop Gatimu to raise funds. Is in that vision. It is vision. Bishop Gatimu went, didn't he go? That's obedience, isn't it? Which means humility and respect. Then excellence, because he must have raised the money, otherwise the school would never have been built, right? Excellence. Then there's integrity and accountability, because the school was built with the money that he collected, which means it went to the course that was supposed to go to. So that is that. And to raise a girl, it doesn't define which girl, which means we're being inclusive. So that are the values that we have sort of devised for ONGA. Now, one of the other many reasons or lessons we've learned from the Archbishop, from the many meetings that we had, is that he kept struggling. ONGA, this gentleman were in the room. So like, ONGA. So when you change the name, what does it become? It becomes another ONGA. He was struggling with this name. And we came back and we asked ourselves, so what's in a name? How do you brand yourself? And it didn't quite hit home until I went to the supermarkets and I found Mchuzi Mix, called ONGA Mchuzi Mix. So what's in a name? So what we are asking today, do we continue with this acronym of Mchuzi Mix, or do we go back to where we belong? Reference of Bishop Gatimu as a prefix, and then we can put whatever other name that we choose to put. Do we go back to that? And that's one of the items, change of name, because it came from Mtandao. So you remember that conversation. Change of name. Is that something we are voting for? And that's one of the motions that we have proposed, that we shall use the name of Bishop Gatimu and we can fill in after that, but to belong where we belong. And that's with a lot of respect to the founders of the foundation, of the association. Then there's the endowment trust fund. That's the next motion that we are going to be voting for. And I know you've talked about this quite a bit. Now, what is that? Because you can't vote for it until you've understood what it is, right? And it's a charitable trust, which is initially funded by an individual or like-minded individuals, which is us, right? Which over time, it has to build its own endowment to a point where it no longer needs funds from the founders. That's the sustainability he was talking about. And why? It has a very clear governance structure for impact funds. The sustainability, I think that has been talked about. And then it provides a structure for partnerships with other private foundations. Now, I have a report here, a very detailed report, which I'm not going to go through, but there's an organization that was formed in 2021, which is an association of foundations and trusts in the private sector. It has 44 members. 44 members. You don't get in such rooms until you're standing on your own 2 feet. I read for you some of the foundations in this cast. So we have Britain Foundation, we have Coca-Cola, there's Grant Thornton, there's M-Pesa Foundation, Safaricom Foundation, Simba Foundation, Stanbic, all banks in here. An association of all of them. So get your own feet, raise your own money, and then you set yourself up for partnership. That's a value of this. Now, education, which is where we are hitting it, because it's for Ngandu and other programs that happen in there. For philanthropy, it takes about 79% of all giving. And what is the value of giving per annum in Kenya? 172 billion, documented. That's a value of philanthropy and being structured and organized. Now, there are other items of lessons learned for which we are going to be voting for. Well, and some of the lessons learned that we've learned in the last 2 years is that we need to improve operational efficiencies and structures, which is something that we're going to work on. Then quick and accurate accountability reporting for all. Then this timely planning of events. Then there's a need for full-time secretariats. Again, it has come out. Then people, can you pay your subscriptions? Because how do you get a secretariat if you're not paying your subscriptions? So you've read those minutes and we said how much we'd be paying for subscriptions. How do you have a secretariat if you're not paying your subscriptions? So let's pay our subscriptions. Okay? Then we're going to be proposing incorporation of a system of oversight, which is like an advisory council. What does this help with? Oversight and continuity. And it helps to push to achievement of the necessary policy and operational improvements. But more importantly, I think the subject of culture has come out quite a bit, so we are urging everybody, can we calculate a culture of gratitude and respect? So what are these proposed improvements which we are voting for? The vote is by simple majority, and I know we've gone digital, so this is going to happen quite quickly. So these are the items that we are voting for. So 1, change of the Alumni Association name. 1, from being Onga Mchuzi Mix. And even when you have the full name, it starts with the word old. Until the pack of girls who've just come here talk to you and they're like, we don't get it. So change of the Alumni Association name, and I've explained the how. Then there's the establishment of the Endowment Trust Fund. Again, has been explained quite extensively. I will not explain further. The third motion is a celebration of our heritage. Yeah, and this is a celebration of the value and goodwill in the name Bishop Gatimu, by adoption of its use as a prefix in the naming of the Alumni Association and the proposed endowment fund. Right? So that protection and adoption of that name going forward so that we can get the goodwill that it carries. Then of course the operational efficiencies. So all the positions to have a deputy, and there are 2 so far, and this is for continuity. Sometimes the secretary has troubles, and then we have no one filling in that gap. You know, people are doing life. So there are 2 positions that we are proposing should have vice positions as well. And this is a vice treasurer and the vice events coordinator. And the last item is that item of establishing an advisory council. Then this is the oversight. And the key role at the start will be to ensure the oversight on compliance, continuity, vetting of trustees, because you vote that we're going this endowment fund route, then you'll need to have trustees. Now this is the pack of persons that are going to vet that, because it's not something that can be done in a meeting. Yeah? So that council would sit and do all these items that I've listed here, vetting of trustees to ensure suitability being part of it. And of course, it's a follow-up on implementation of the proposed measures as may be voted in. So whatever we vote in today, how does that get structured to its implementation so that council, in addition to the officials who will be elected today, because, you know, officials, there are many, many items they are running as it relates to Onga. So this council can concentrate on the matters of this improvement in running it through Onga. So that's why they're proposed. And also providing critical expertise. Sometimes what you need requires very specialized expertise. We've just talked about mentorship. So where do you get for advice when it comes to mentorship? People who understand what that's about. So that's the purpose for it. So I will very quickly get into voting. And there are 2 levels of voting. So there's a voting for these motions, and then there's a voting for officials. We are doing it on slido.com. And you have it running? Because I'll go to the first one. So go to slido.com. Get your phone, go to slido.com, and this is everybody, as long as you're Onga. Sijui kama watu wa Kagumo, they are not allowed to vote. Yeah, we are Bijerians. I can't even find my phone. Yeah, here. I'm allowed to vote. You have your phones? You've gone to Slido? You've entered that thing, that code? Sorry? Oh, you can't see? Can you see? Okay. The code is 7934660, correct? I'll read that again. 7934660. You need to enter that as well. 7934660. Have you managed? Okay? Is the first question up? It should read, is the first question up? It should read, do you approve the establishment of the Education Trust Fund as presented? Do you approve the establishment of the Education Trust Fund as presented? Are we all on the same page? So go ahead and vote. You ready? Okay. Do you approve the establishment of the Education Trust as presented? Has everybody voted? Yes? Yes, at the back there? Who is saying they have not managed?
Anyone left? We're going to the next question.
Do you tell the answer as we go?
Okay, so for this proposal, I think we can, sorry, for this proposal, I think we can have someone to just come and confirm that there is a 96% vote for yes and a 4% vote to abstain. You can come and confirm. You can see in your screens?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Cool, that's great. Okay. Cool. So we are going to the next vote.
So the next one, it will automatically come. Okay, waiting for it. Do you support the proposal to change the name of the association from ONGA to new name determined with members' participation and communicated by officials? Do you support the proposal to change the name of the association from ONGA to new name determined with your participation and as communicated by officials? Have you all managed? Or you're still working on it? You've managed? Have you guys logged in? Okay. Yeah, sorry, no. Who's no? Oh. Okay, so have we finished? No.
We're going to give a few more seconds. We have 23 votes in already.
So there are a lot of abstain. So are we still voting, people?
We are stopping in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Make sure you click send after you vote.
Yeah, you have to send. Click send. Please.
3, 2, 1. So for this one,
Send. Okay.
yeah, we have 69% voting yes and 31% voting no.
Okay. So there's another one that has just come up. Do you support the protection of the sovereignty of the name Bishop Gatimu by use as the prefix in the naming of both the Alumni Association and the Endowment Trust? Do you support the protection of that sovereignty of the name Bishop Gatimu by use as the prefix in the naming of both the Alumni Association, which you have just voted for change yes, and the Endowment Trust, which you also voted that yes, we are for it. When you vote, remember to click send. Do you support the protection of the sovereignty of the name Bishop Gatimu by use as a prefix in the naming of both the Alumni Association and the Endowment Trust? Kumbuka kufinya send. Okay, have we finished? We have
been left out. So we have 30 votes with 77% voting yes and 17% voting no, with 7% opting to abstain. So by a special majority, the motion has been passed.
Okay, so that's understood. Okay, terrific. So are we still on this? We are flipping. We are continuing with this slide. We go to the next one. So we are going to give you another code, and then you'll vote in your IBC Bettina. These lawyers, IBC imesema we move on to the next code. So you go to slido.com, you enter that code on the screen. I will tell you what the code is. You start again. You go to slido.com.
Just click switch Slido from the menu.
You can click switch Slido from the menu and then you put the new codes.
The code is 3111921. 3111921. 3111921. Mingia. So are we all in? Tumerudi kwa voting. We will vote in. Ladies at the back, are you voting? You're in. Okay, so we're in. Okay, the motion is up. Do you support the formation of an advisory board or a council of wisdom to ensure continuity, provide oversight on alumni operations, vet trustees of the endowment trust? Do you support the formation of an advisory board or council of wisdom to ensure continuity, provide oversight on alumni operations, and vet trustees of the endowment trust? When you vote, bonyeza kidunge. Useme send. We have 29 votes in. Are we? Thumbs up if you're happy or you are struggling. Okay, terrific. So, so you tell us, how are we doing?
Yeah, so we have 31 votes with 100% of you voting for this. This is quite unpopular.
So we got 100% votes for that advisory board. Okay?
Then, so this motion has been passed.
Oh, you want the code? It's 311 921. 311 921. Okay. So the next question, the next motion for voting is, do you support the inclusion of the position of Assistant Events Coordinator and Assistant Treasurer? Do you support the inclusion of the position of Assistant Events Coordinator and Assistant Treasurer? Okay. Everybody, is there anybody struggling? Okay, so we have voted for that one as well, and we have, okay. On my phone it shows 87%. Yes. So yes, by 87% votes.
So that motion has also been passed.
So all the motions floated today have passed by more than, most of them more than 70%. So thank you very much. I think there's one more round of voting, and that voting is for officials. I am going on retirement. I have finished my term. I have served for 5 years. Yes, I served for 5 years. I was the vice chair for 3 years, and then I was the chair for 2 years. And I refused to be Museveni. So surely, when it's time to go, you go. So there are posts that we must absolutely vote for. And you note that we now have assistants for all the positions, right? All the positions. So these are the positions: chair, vice chair, treasurer, vice treasurer, secretary, vice secretary. Nani mwingine? Communications and the vice, leader and vice. And then there's an events coordinator, it's carried by Esther today, and vice events coordinator. Umesikia hiyo? On the list of nominations, what do we have? Hakuna? Or we do? IEBC? No? So, there are a few people who found me here in the morning, not in the morning. I was here at exactly 6 o'clock. And I said hi to a couple of persons, and I told them, you know what? Service is not for a few people. So this one we are combining both traditional system mulolongo na kujitolea. Yes? And this includes everyone. So if you have served for one term, you're eligible to take a position. Naangalia wale watu wako pale nyuma. Yes. Na wengine wako kule nyuma. Yeah? So, for the positions I've just highlighted, and you want to take up those positions, please stand up. It is good that we see you and we consider you in this voting. This includes everyone in this room except the 2 gentlemen from Kagumo and Kenya and Nyeri. Okay? Kai Helen, si upiga watu na kiboko.
It is that time of the year, my friends. Nikikuja kwako unasimama unaenda pale bere. Si ndio? Can I say something?
Leadership.
Yeah, sure.
I think I have a different opinion, and allow me to air my opinion. I think leadership of an organization, it's important that you subject it to the members. And I believe there are members who would have loved to be here and are not here for a reason. And I don't know the number we are here. Can we adequately say we are representing ONGA? I want to speak now as an older member of ONGA. What I would suggest, can we float this in the ONGA group? Can we float this in the ONGA group? Because I think even for us to nominate here on the floor, I don't really think we'll be doing justice. That's my view. Can we do nominations on the ONGA WhatsApp group? And then, because I believe we can also be able to vote on that group, because I think doing that here, the numbers we hear, I don't think we are really representative of ONGA. That's my view. Maybe others can say whether they think we can proceed, but that's my view.
Okay, this is where the gentlemen have said goodbye, so that tufanye maneno yetu nyuma ya tents. So asante sana, thank you for coming. Give them a clap as they go. Thank you, gentlemen. We appreciate you. We deeply appreciate you. Asante.
Anyone wants to respond to that?
In response, I agree that this might not be the representation of ONGA, but with this is the availability of ONGA. And I think even Jeff mentioned that it's not about what's out there, it's also who made themselves available. And having served as an official and it being my first term, I know the importance of having the people who are there, because it's very hard to say someone who's not here, and especially if they did not even suggest to be voted for, to say at some point they would be committed. I do not, like, the conclusion for me doesn't follow that someone who didn't make themselves available would in some way be committed, and especially if they didn't send something in advance to say so. The alternative is to have people who are here voted in, and then those people who are outside who feel like they want to be, they can chair the committees. Last year we passed a motion to have certain small committees if people wish to join, and then they can start from that level, and then in the next cycle maybe they can join the board. That's my view.
Thank you, Bettina. I was just going through. So you have these documents in your phone, right? The one that was sent. If you go to the attendance for last year, what was the number of attendees? What was the number of attendees in the meeting last year? It's a beautiful number, round figure of 50. It's a beautiful round figure of 50. How many are we today? Who was tallying that number? The registrar's desk. Registration desk.
46.
46. Same number. Same number. So we are trying to understand that, and also trying to understand, it's a very valid point, because 50 has always been the general number that represents. When we went which was the most attended event in Ngandu? A mentorship we did.
International
Women's Day. We had 2 buses. We had 60 attendees. Same numbers. So I stand to be advised that these 50 are here after a young lady there called Grace made phone calls. She called and called. By Wednesday, she told me she had talked to 147 phone calls. She had made 147 phone calls. And that was list 1. That's the first list we had given her. We had given her another list, which she continued after that. So I'm now asking the question, are we convinced that if we take it to the group, you're going to get anything different? And it's a conversation. I like to take it because I think it's representation. I mean, this school started in 1964. We are so many. But then what do we do to make people engaged? Because We called more than 200 people.
Good evening, everyone. The one thing I would ask, can we have this AGM held probably on a Saturday afternoon rather than Friday evenings? I find it actually a challenge, and I'm imagining. I'll give you an example. And I'm in another group, like for instance, next week Friday it will be during the day. My group for KU for our year will hold our AGM, but during the day, because I'm looking at it. And I look at the most people. You have children. You've dropped your children. We are in Nairobi. You've dropped your children to school, or like those who are today. Some of the people could not even come. Commitment because of work. They are still in the up country somewhere. And you've dropped, let's say, your child to school. There are schools that have not closed, like the international schools. It's very difficult to leave the house and come here for this meeting. I'm thinking that it's important to rethink the AGM timing. Thank you.
So there's a proposal here that going forward we rethink the timing of the AGM so that we can be providing for more time, and that way we might open it up in the future for more people to participate. Monica, you had your hand up.
Yes, let me just chip into Marion's comments. And having been in the leadership now for 7 years, most and all the AGMs we have called and the events we call, be it during the day, be it at night, the turnout will never be in hundreds. The few that come are the ones that we work with, and we have gone to where we are. And we have had today, it is not the masses, it is the people who are present and counted at that time. So I strongly feel even if we were to go to the WhatsApp groups, we will still maybe not get any different representation from what we have today. Yes, I agree it would have been earlier. Of course, time has really gone, but you have seen what has made our time go. Actually, if you look at the program we had prepared, we ought to have already voted by the time it was 10 p.m. So what I would maybe propose we consider is, do we have people here who can lead? Not unless we say the whole group here, there was no one who could have been voted to be a leader. Then we can subject this to another meeting. But if the people present here today can be able to be voted into these offices and help, then maybe next time we will see different mechanisms to bring more people in the meeting. I think we proceed with the ones who are here.
Okay, Bettina, do you want to do a quick motion? Just do motion. Prepare a quick motion so that everyone gives their view.
So what's that motion saying? Are we voting now or are we voting when? We have to be very specific.
But even as I say that, our constitution says though that officials are voted at an AGM. So I'm wondering whether we are going off there.
And just to add on to that, we still have an online login for those who could not have made it to come. We can still request for their participation. So there's no one who's been locked out to participate in the AGM.
And in addition, I remember Helen floating the question in the marshals. I think all the groups you're in so many, I couldn't catch up. Now, you asked the question of nominate or bring yourself forth. Because it's not just about being nominated. I can, kujituma. I can bring myself and say, you know what, I'm willing to take the post of vice something or chair of something, right? What did you get? Helen?
Yeah, I did send a request to the WhatsApp groups and requested for anyone who wants to nominate someone or volunteer themselves to do so. But to help us move forward, can we have all the officials, current officials at the front, please? Can we have all the current officials and the marshals? If you're a marshal, please move to the front. If you're an official, move to the front. Please, let's do it quick so that we look at what do we have. Hmm? Yeah.
Service people.
Okay, so we have the you're a marshal. Okay, so those are the marshals and those are the leaders. And if I was to follow the constitution now, where is Cecilia? Oh, there you are. I think the current officials is Esther. Where is Esther? Esther is our events. She has done one term, so she can do another term. Okay? So events, we have a person. Do we agree? I'm suggesting you can vote her or not vote her because she still needs to be voted. Please note that's Esther Minor Events, current. The next person we have is Cecilia. Cecilia is a chair lady current. And she can do one more term because she hasn't done 2 terms. I'm following the constitution, sorry. So that's Cecilia. Then we have Bettina. Bettina is the current secretary. She has done 1 term. But I remember when we voted her last time, she was saying she was busy in the office, and we've seen it. Do you still want to take office? Confirm now. Uko na mic?
The pressure.
No, and then yeah, go there. And then what happened?
Please put your name on it, and you better perform.
It's like pressure.
I am moving on.
By secretary. Okay.
Then we have Monica. Monica is our current treasurer. She has served 2 terms. So Monica can't do another term unless you give her another position. All right. Then we have, then we have myself, communications. I've done 1 term. I have up for 1 more. You get the drift. Now, when I look at the people in front, these are marshals. Please give them a mic each. Please say your name and the year.
Good evening. My name is Caroline Jari, 2008.
Mm-hmm.
Good evening. My name is Emma Ngaru, acting marshal, class of 95 for Catherine Gichuki.
Mm-hmm.
Good evening all. My name is Marion Mukami, acting marshal, class of 2021.
Good evening. Martha Mwangi, class marshal, class of 93, the elders corner.
Good evening, Liza Karaoke, class of 98.
Yes, hi everyone, Esther Wandeto, class of 2014.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Carol Mangura. I am the co-marshal for class of 2001.
Good evening, Priscilla Kangata, class of 97.
All right, so to go according to anyone who is seated who wants to run for office, please join them at the front. Sasa ni sisi tuwenye tuko kwa room, we'll have to get leadership from here. Please volunteer yourself and join them. Yes. Who? Cecilia seated. Who is Cecilia? Cecilia, move to the front. For what position? For assistant event coordinator. Where is the second mic? Yeah, okay.
I want to propose Grace, the one who's been calling, for assistant communication.
Okay, Grace, move to the front.
there's something I learned. I've always had it, but it never really sunk into me, and especially about women. It's called hunger. Silent mouths don't get fed. Closed mouths. So if you want a position, please say, I want this position. Women struggle with asking for what they want. I recently asked for an increased bonus because of something I did, which is something I would never have done if I had not been told, ask for what you want. So as you're sitting there, if there's any position you'd like, it's not that hard. Yeah. So, yes.
Okay, Esther. Sorry, you were saying something.
I also want to propose someone for assistant treasurer, and that's Kezia.
Okay, Kezia, move to the front. Kezia, move to the front. So, who will help me? Eva, you have a pen and paper? You don't have. Who can help me? That table. Okay, so now, here we have a lot. Is there anyone behind here who have left out? No. Okay. If you know for some reason you cannot serve, or you know you will struggle, please have a seat. So we don't force you. If you know you will not be able to pull off the task, have a seat. No, there are some people I'll return back. Well, unaenda wapi? Please don't. Now we've already nominated, so don't be forced. Please sit if you know you will not pull through. Okay, mwenye mmebaki kujeni upande huu. Martha, ingia hapo, nimeona umesimama. Ingia hapo. Okay, so prepare for us. I need 10 officials. Watajipanga hapo. Are we doing on slide or we vote? Or we vote the way we are. So we have Che, umekaa chini, rudi hapo. Rudi hapo. Your time is not over. We have a shortage of people. What do we do?
Yes.
Yeah.
And your vice chair should
and you
be
did not
here.
raise a replacement. Simama hapo. Okay, so I need a vice chair. Wako na positions. Vice chair. Liza, umekaa chini. Why? Oh, we have a current, but she's not in the room. I don't know. Where is Catherine? She has left.
Can we vote
so she
for
has
her
done
in
one term, she
absentia?
can do another term.
Yeah.
I want us to agree. She's already done one term. She's available for a second term. Do we agree?
Yes.
Okay, so chair and vice we have. Who don't we have? Treasurer. Treasurer, who was chosen treasurer?
Assistant treasurer.
Assistant is who? Kezia. Okay, so
who are the accountants?
Who has an account? Esther, your accounts. Oh, you have. Okay. Okay, so do we give her main treasurer? Because we don't have a treasurer at all. Liza, sikuwe treasurer, unafanyanga kazi ya hesabu. You have an assistant. Aya, Liza hapo treasurer. Yeah, Liza treasurer, utasaidia. You have an assistant. Moving on.
Carol Mwangi, class of 2002,
who
can
do
be
we
a
have?
treasurer. Carol Mwangi, class of 2002, can also be a good treasurer.
You. You're in tech. Okay, so we have who? Secretary. Secretary, Esther, you're already taking minutes. Please take up secretary. Assistant secretary. Nyinyi mko position gani?
Communication. My
events.
Assistant treasurer.
Ni nani hatuna sasa?
Chair, vice chair.
Chair, vice chair tushamaliza hiyo.
Communication.
I'm there,
you.
and then I have one more term.
Okay.
Then we are missing one person. Who?
Okay.
There's somebody we are missing.
Treasurer.
Vice secretary. Vice secretary. This girl. And up. Yeah, even me as second. And up. Caroline, vice secretary. Sasa sina watu nifanye nini? Mnipatie mtu. Waleza nimechukua kwa hiyo meza. Aya tushafunga. Please, all new officials, halililililili, kwa gani huko bere, hii maneno imeisha. So let's go so that we agree or not agree. Simameni huko, wenye wote nimeita. Liza huko, Caroline huko, Esther huko. Okay guys, can we go to we need to do the Council of Wisdom, at least to have a few people. So let's where is our photographer?
Helen, you know this, I didn't get a chance to do a proposal. Remember everybody nominated somebody. May I do something?
Okay.
I'm nominating Helen Muyumbu as the chair.
So guys, please listen to me. We've all had you know about BG at 60. We have an endowment fund to do, right? We have the constitution to finish. We have sorting our ages to finish. Cecilia started that and it is halfway. Amalize tamu yake, atumalizie, atupatie vitu mpya. For me, I don't mind the next after. But this year, please, let me stay communication. I'm traveling a lot. I will not be able to. But I will support. Ile ingine ni sawa. We have unfinished business. This team started BGRCC preparations. Imagine a new chair starting afresh. Maliza hiyo story. Term 2.
It's all about leadership, people. And I think sometimes I worry. You know why I worry? Because when you have an association of so many ladies, well, the ones who show up are very few. But then you have the same 50 people sort of circulating and circulating and recirculating. And even when you've done so much work, I know. I totally even feel for you when I'm proposing you. But how can that improve? And I'm looking at that Council of Elders. How can this improve? Because we also have elders. You see these young girls, how they are wako chap chap. They're designing things, and that is expected in terms of producing. But when it comes to leadership, and I keep looking at a table here, why is it that the class of 80s are not standing up to give us one of theirs to move this ship?
Jibu hiyo swali, because I'm just from asking them. Please, jibuni hiyo swali. And then
if you do that, this is what I'm promising you. You see that Council of Advisory? I'm not like leaving. I will be one of the first persons to join that council. You know the advisory council that we've just proposed? Because I have a lot of data regarding a whole lot of things. So I need to ensure continuity. So you're not going to be standing there alone. There's still a whole lot of us who are sitting under there to deal with it. So Rono, Marion, and Kagwanja. So one of you get on the chair, and then you have me sitting in the council. I've actually volunteered. Because imagine even that council, it will come from this group. You think you're going to get them from where? This same 50. Imagine we still have another group to deal with. And all I'm saying is, I'm on that council. So all the things that I've started, I will probably finish them from the council side.
Okay, let me respond to the chair, to Cecilia, for the moment. I'll speak for myself, and you know, on matters of leadership, what you're saying is true, and that's why I would want to say, speaking for myself, if I was to lead the group or lead any other outfit, I would want to be prepared, and I would want my mind to be ready for it. To be honest, I'm not ready for this. It was not in my mind. And you know, I think issues of leadership, it's something you have to set your mind has to be ready. You have to be set on something. So to be honest, because I would want to do a good job if I was to go about it, I'm not ready for that because I was not prepared for it, and at the moment I have a number of things on my plate, and I feel that if I were to take the position of Onga Chair, I'm not going to give my best at the moment. I'm just being honest. But I'll continue to do my best in mobilization. We try. It's not easy, even getting. And actually, one thing, if I may tell you something I told Jeff there, I heard what Jeff said, that there is somebody very senior who is a member of Onga who says, we are not going out to get them. In fact, I was wishing that Jeff would just tell us the name of that person because we would really respond. We said, if you are a member of an outfit like this, if you are a member of a school, this is your family. It's like you are a mother and you reach a point where you can't even get down to your children. They have to be looking for you. If you are a member of Onga, even if you are the president of this country, you are alumni, there is nobody who comes for you. Unajituma, you go there even without being told. So regardless of which position you are holding, if you are a member of Onga, you don't have to have people coming to, it's almost beg you or remind you the school you went to. You go there without being told. So we try to mobilize these people in their different positions, but I told Jeff maybe to go and set the response to the person who said that is not the way. She should be going out to look for, in fact, she should be the one mobilizing when you're in that high position of influence. So for the moment, I would love to lead Onga, but also again, it's also good to know where you are best at. You know, you always where you are. What are you best at? It's not that I can't be there. I would want to, but maybe at the right time I'll be a leader, the chair of Onga, but not now, not at this time. Thank you. Maria.
No. Oh, please no. I want to say, just like Lucy, this would be a total ambush, honestly. And once you have passed the mantle to the generation behind you, you don't pass it back. Sini ukweli? Eh? Ati? Hata kama. I don't mind serving in Onga, and I wouldn't mind serving even in the advisory. I'll actually volunteer to serve in the advisory, but this one, for now, kindly. Nasi kwa ubaya, but I have a question. I believe you've not been working alone, isn't it? Where is the vice? By the way, where is the vice chair? Where is the vice chair? She had to leave. Because can the vice chair take up the mantle and lead? Can we make a decision? Is she capable of leading? and willing. Yes.
It's my first time attending this dinner, and I don't know how, because now it feels like we are forcing positions down people's throats, and sorry, I've missed your name, but she said if you're not, if the service is not coming from you, you won't give it 100%, yeah. And also maybe the time we are doing the voting, the elections, the nominations is also not very opportune. It's past midnight. Majority of the people in this room have left. And I'm happy they're volunteers, but I don't know if it actually gives the full picture of what you'd want for Onga in the coming year. Because now it feels like we're throwing the ball. I kick it to you, you kick it to the next person. I don't know if it's possible. Do we have any other event, maybe, not this year, but maybe in Q1?
Unless you change the constitution, elections can only happen at an AGM. Unless you change the constitution. So we still have to vote today. So I think we have leadership. We are just trying to figure out. Did you finish what you were saying?
No. Allow me to finish. And now I'm talking to our chair, Cecilia, architect. I'm talking to our chair.
Yes.
My chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Can we make a humble request that you just hold on for one more year? Hold on for one more year. And I believe within that 1 year, you'll be able to finish with the team the documents that you have started working on. And then for us, within this 1 year, let's start thinking of who can be able to lead the organization. I think to me, that's what I would say. We plead with you, kindly hold on for 1 year, and we'll give you the support. We'll give you the support, hold on for 1 year, and we promise that at the end of that 1 year, we should be able to help you transit. But allow me to make one suggestion, and I know it's late, we all need to be going home. I think there was a proposal, can we also rethink the timing of our dinner? And then also let's think, should we be having an AGM together with the dinner? Are we having a dinner to celebrate, like we have done, celebrated people, or are we having a dinner with the AGM? I think let's think about those issues. And I believe when I look back and think about what we had at Hilton, what we had at what is this other one, where Wesh came, Pan-Afric, I think we have been going down. For us, we have been part of ONGA for more years. Honestly, we have been going down. So I think we need to think. And that's why I am willing to serve in the advisory, and I believe even Lucy would be willing to serve plazas. We need to rethink, why are things going down rather than improving, especially when it comes to issues of attendance. Thank you.
Okay. So back to the constitution. Unless we pass a motion here to change that constitution for next event, we need to. But we normally have, so when officials are elected, they have 2 years. So the first year they do dinner that doesn't have elections. Then the second year is when we have the AGM and elections. I think what's into the time of this one is to have awards and speeches, which we've learned that AGM should be purely AGM and no other business. Yeah. So because before we've done AGMs and finished on time, really. So the time is simply because we had, I think, too many activities. Respectfully. So where are we? We are start at one position. Ama muswap, munataka aje? Cecilia na your vice chair. Ni position tu moja tuko na shida nayo. The rest are filled. So that we move to the advisory, these ones, we're talking about, because we've passed the motion, so we need to live with them. So Cecilia, the ball is in your court.
Right, so since I need to sleep, so I need to sleep for my 9 hours. Yeah, so we seem to have this crisis of leadership. I was determined to get out because of very personal issues. So I was taking a break because of personal issues. So what I'll do is we'll still probably then have to adjust. So what does this do to the Constitution? Just continuing for a year and then?
It's not a year, it's 2 years. Who said? So you know you have the constitutions on your WhatsApp groups, eh? So you go for, what is a term? 2 years. So maybe did you mean a term? That's why I was saying, Cecilia, or we can call us. So for now they stay. We do a special AGM. Is that in agreement? We can call a special AGM. Okay, we can. By the way, we can. For all. But you know, we keep forgetting. I keep asking, our vice chair, why are we not making her chair? Is there an objection? Yeah. She was willing to continue. No, as still the same position. It's like saying Esther now is events. But if we were struggling with the treasurer, she can switch to treasurer if we had enough people for events. Because then why are we forcing our position when we have someone in office? Because she's in office, she's sitting. It's a suggestion, she's already sitting, like the way we are sitting. You see, the ones who are sitting already are the ones I called at the front. Yeah. Yeah? No. Me, I'm proposing. Where is I've already said why. Yeah. So guys, can we pass this? Where is the? Can Dr. Catherine be chair to maliza his story bus? Who is?
She's okay. You've spoken to her.
No, I haven't spoken to her.
She's willing. She was willing to continue.
As vice, so she remains. So give us a chair then. Utakuwa chair. So, but she says personal reasons. You see, let me tell you guys the other thing. If you force a position, let me tell you, I've seen it with my own eyes. How many leaders did we call to the front? We elected last year 8 leaders, and we end up working 4 of us, or 3. Or 3. Esther, you're a witness, right? Yeah. We elect 8 leaders, but we end up serving 3. That's why if there is an issue of commitment for me, it's a big one, because it will show up. You'll force somebody on us, then what happens? They will not serve. So you will leave the people there struggling. Okay, Esther. Yeah. Can you do? So can we finish? So who are we looking for? Vice chair now? So Dr. Catherine, we make Dr. Catherine chair.
I want to nominate Daktari for vice chair. Dr. Mushero for vice. Vice anakuanga hana kazi nyingi.
Okay, so I need this table to give me a vice chair or Beatrice, the bus you could have. Priscilla, can you be vice? Please, vice chair. Vice chair hainanga kazi. Niku escort chair. Please say yes. Done? Okay, we are good. Woo! Our officials, picture ya officials tafadhali. Picture ya officials uko mbele in absentia.
Ahulanganga. Ahulanganga. Yes, ahulanganga.
Okay. So we passed a motion for advisory. Please, our officials, to pick a picture of officials, haraka as we go to the, we close. Officials, please. Okay, let's go. Now, I'm going, the next one we are going is council, please. We need the council. Please, okay, when you umevotiwa, tusonge mbele. Where is our photographer? So we should be 8 of us in front there. Are we all there? Are we all there? So stand, so how are we standing? Vice Chair, treasurers wawili wakuja hapa. Treasurer, both treasurers here. Both secretaries wawili hapa. Positions. Secretary wawili, mkae tu wawili, then events, then communication. Please anza kupanga watu. Council of Wisdom, tusisumbuane tafadhali. All right, we passed the Council of Elders or the Council of Wisdom. This one there will be no debate. Sindio, what I decide wenyewe kwa wenyewe how it will run, because it's not structured in the constitution, but we need it minuted and we need the first team so that they can all work together. So on that team, Marion uko mbele, Lucy uko mbele, Dr. Mushera uko mbele, Lucy, what akuwa mentor? Asuga in absentia. Huyu ni seasoned marshal uko. Aya, si basi msimame tufunge. So the Council of Elders for now has 4 people. But you serve individually. Your strengths are not her strengths. Yeah. So for example, you see the council will do many things. There is the trustees in the endowment fund. There is oversight of the executive. And uko. All right, so, and Anne Asuga is, okay, so we have how many? So you guys will, your oversight. Wapi picha? How many are you? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. All right, and now we take a group photo for the last people remaining in the room. DJ, at least tusimamishe na wimbo tafadhali. Na wewe tutakaa wapi tupate group photo? Group photo. Where do we take this photo from? Okay, tusaidiane, we take a group photo. Some people can sit on the chairs.
do this quickly. We really must sleep at least. Guy, it feels like 4 hours.
And people, there is food, there is a lot of food. So please make sure you can serve yourself an extra. There's a lot of fruits also. Hakuna mtu anataka kukaa hapa mbele, even the short ones. Please sit and organize yourselves. Ngandu girls. Aya, kina Esther na your team, jameni. Group photo. And then guys, please don't leave. We have a lot of fruits, we have a lot of food, but there is no tea. Hiyo tu ndio nimeambiwa hakuna. Kwani ninateswa sana kwa ajili yako baba. Niokoe mikononi mwa watu wabaya. Fanya hima unisaidie. Nibebe. From Dr. Mushero, nyinyi kina Liza hamuonekani nyote. And then from here, Esther, the beautiful girl, you're not being shy. Esther, you're okay. Esther, you're okay. Yeah. Hapana kucheza na mtu iko na neema. Hapana kucheza na mtu iko na neema. Neema ya Baba inaleta uzima. Neema ya Baba inanipa salama. Neema ya Baba inanipa amani. Neema ya Baba inanipa uzima.
Ndo mwaka kufosi yani dake